41st Millennium. For more than 100 centuries, the God Emperor has sat immobile upon the golden throne of Terra. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die. Yet even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battle fleets cross the demon-infested miasma of the Warp, the only route between distant stars, their way lit by the light of the Astronomicon, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name on uncounted worlds. The greatest amongst his soldiers are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineered super warriors. Their comrades in arms are legion. They are the Imperial Guard and countless planetary defense forces, the ever-vigilant Inquisition, and the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitudes, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present threat from aliens, heretics, mutants, and worse. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim darkness of the far future there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter, and the laughter of thirsting gods.
Alright then, ladies and gentlemen, we have returned with Rogue Trader. There we go, things are capturing correctly. It is good to see you all. I am just gonna pop us right back into the Void Ship Bridge, let everyone have time to file in. Alright. I hope everyone is doing wonderfully on this fine Wednesday evening. And, yeah. We're gonna get cracking on this. So, to recap, we had, what was the planet we were on? God help me, I'll look in a second. Anyway, we had a planet explode, and now we have arrived at Footfall. So now, we are going to go deal with all of that shenanigans. Okay. Let's get this powered up. Just make sure everything is on over there. That's good. That's odd. Alright. This can't be good. Master Helmsman Revor. Lord Captain. Revor's voice over the Vox sounds weary rather than annoyed. I'm getting reports of several ships moving towards us. Judging by the fact that they're not responding to our hails, and telemetry shows a trail of macro batteries, they're not here for a chinwag, ready to issue orders to prepare for battle at your command. Where did they come from? Have you noticed them before? Could this be the work of Conrad Voidfarer? Can we avoid this combat? Of course, we're not going to do that. Where did they come from? The rubbish of Verbundus, and I'm not talking about those wrecks that are about to open fire, I mean the remains of meteorites, gas clouds, refuse from the shipyards. It's all bunches together, and the smaller ships hide behind it to harass ships as they emerge from the warp. Could this be the work of Conrad Voidfarer? The silencer of the Vox lasts for several seconds. It's possible. He could have hired some scum, or maybe it's just a pirate who saw the state of our ship and decided to push his luck. Can we avoid this combat? On my order, all stations get ready for void combat. So now you all are about to get to see a good look at the ship combat in this game, which is actually really good, and I like it a lot. One more thing. I need to switch this over to live chat so I can actually see if someone posts something in there. Damn it, I'm still locked in my Revor voice. Okay, Cobra class destroyers, no biggie. Though we are still very early level. Okay, so first things first. You're gonna want to drop torpedoes, which is one of the things you want to do in this game. Any chance you get, drop torpedoes. Because torpedoes, very useful. Then we're gonna hit him with a lance battery. Straight through the front there. And then macro battery. And then broadside into him. Because yes, they're still using broadsides in the 41st millennium. Okay. Perfect. Absolutely wonderful, in fact. Alright. Hi, how you doing? God, I love the torpedoes in this game. They are more than a little bit busted. Watching, thank you all very much. Okay. Also, I do like the ship models. They're very nice. Got our lovely 41st millennia floating cathedrals in space. Ow. Also painful. He's gonna keep spinning like that to try and stay out of range of my guns. Which, unluckily for him, it's not going to happen. Can't quite hit him with the dorsal cannon. He's going to have to come back around, which is going to put him right up front, actually. Nice. Let's fire that bad boy up. We're going to go right there. See, his shields are down, which means that we have a clear shot to his bow. Which we're going to take. Good little chunk of damage there. Hit him through the side. And that's our first void combat down. Alright. Nearly past rank 1. Okay. Guess we should start checking the Forbundus system. Voxmaster Vigdus, Lord Captain, the station's airlocks have been sealed from the inside. A Vox recording is stating that the priesthood of the Altar Templum Calexis Exit 17 Sanctuary have no desire to communicate with the laity, and are refusing access to guests on the basis of the Adeptus Mechanicus privilege of inviolability, granting them sole jurisdiction over their sacred sites. Of course. Dead world. Anytime you get a chance to scan a world, do it. Because it doesn't take that long and it does give you experience, and XP is god in this game. Lord Captain, we have the flagship Drusus Blessing with a small escort dead ahead. They are requesting a direct Vox channel. Patching you through. Chartist Captain, Astartes Thorfast. Yes, he looks like a Thorfast. The Vox channel clicks, and after a brief pause, a dry, low voice hails you. Greetings, Lord Captain. I am honored to speak with you. The rogue trader of House von Valentius. May your name be known through the ages. Chartist Captain, Astartes Thorfast, bearer of a free charter of the merchant fleet. How can I be of service? What is your squadron doing here? We develop supply routes for charters. You see, my ship is a representative of the merchant fleet in this part of the Imperium's territory, yet we do not have a fixed charter-defined trade route. Our mission is to establish business contracts with voidfarers in need of regular ship repairs and those who are interested in specialized goods. Of course. I wanted to take a look at the catalog of components available for purchase. And this is where we're going to do the funny and trade as much as we can, which isn't a whole lot, but it is some. which will get us a little bit of extra profit factor with these guys. Anytime you can trade, like, leftovers with these dudes, do so, because keeping your ship upgraded is very important in this game. So a lance cannon, glimmer pattern, void shield array. Yeah, let's just grab all of that. It's not going to cost us anything, really. Alright. We're going to go with a void ship management here. And that will allow us to... Okay, first things first, let's repair the hull with the scrap we've got. And then... Let's see, what do we got there? Voss pattern plasma tubes, Mozoa lance cannon. 45-55, that's the same thing. 13, better engine, definitely want that. That is our ship. That is actually a really good a really good model they've done right there. I really like that a lot. That's one of the really cool things about this game. And we're gonna go with a glimmer pattern shield array. Wait, that has less than my standard. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're not switching that out at all. What was I saying? Well, let's add that to cargo. Add that to cargo. Auger array, 90% hit chance. We're gonna switch that out. To cargo. 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 Give me a second. And I'm about to show you one of the ways you can cheese this a little bit. Okay, do we have any? No, those are ship components. Duh. What am I thinking? We will be using those when we land here, however. This can't be good. High Factotum Gennaris Danrock. Your lordship, something sinister is unfolding among the survivors from Rycat Minoris. There have already been several cases of evacuated refugees being found either dead or dying. All of them have been blinded, using various means. I fear there is reason to believe that there are agents of the cult among the people who came on board. I knew the anathema would not fully release its hold on these doleful souls just yet. Then let us march and drive it away. Dear darling Sister Argenta, of course, doing her standard crazy Sister of Battle thing. Give me a proper report on the refugees. How are they quartered? How are they supervised? The esteemed nobles and their families were given quarters benefiting their status. The horrors of the massacre in the streets are still fresh in their minds, so initially they made regular trips to the lower decks to take out their fears and anger on serfs from our own crew. It would have been disrespectful to confine the nobles to their compartments, so we used shackles of a different sort by generously supplying them with amasec and intoxicants. That seems like a really bad decision. The venerated praetor Electrode Dar Impulse 6 and his retinue took refuge in one of the engineering bays, or more accurately, they barricaded themselves in. The wise servants of the Omnissiah are fearful beyond measure that ignorant lay people might damage or offend them in miraculous fusion reactors, so they cloistered themselves in their own personal fortress. I need to know about the killings. 11 bodies have been found thus far. The first victim had their eyes burned out with a gas torch, the second had acid splashed in their face, the third was found wandering around on their last legs with metal pins sticking out of their eye sockets. That's significantly unpleasant. They died before we could interrogate them. The rest were killed and disfigured in similar ways through blinding. No trace of the killer's identity was found. Begin the interrogations. It will be done, your lordship. If I may interject, there is no need. The interrogations have already been conducted. I put the enforcers on alert as soon as the first body was discovered, though I decided not to disturb your lordship until I had the results. Well, now I do. We have already arrested, let's see, 4 perpetrators at the scene of the crimes that have yet to take place. Those that are not murders, they are suicides. Explain yourself, Seneschal Wazarian. Edelblard. The people we apprehended were about to blind themselves and end their own lives. I am confident that all who perished did the same. When questioned, they all said the same thing. They are haunted by the sight of the dying Owlcat Minoris. Even in their sleep, they still see the same horrific picture. So the sad wretches would do anything to make this nightmare stop. Not normally in most settings. Hail and thank you, Arid Hail, Red Phelan. I understand you're going to be very busy, but thank you for lurking. It is greatly appreciated. In most settings, I would not pick option 2, but in 40K, I'm going to. Perform cleansing liturgies on the decks housing the refugees. We shall banish this blight with the strength of our faith. Certainly, Lord Captain. Except I'm afraid it's not just the refugees. Oh, crap. 3 out of the 4 people we arrested were members of the crew. They watched Owlcat Minoris die, and it left their minds scarred. We all bear the mark of that dark catastrophe, for it was the attention of the ruinous powers that branded our very souls. May the God Emperor have mercy on us. You were warned, your lordship. It is regrettable you did not listen. Yeah, Henrix. Stop being an I told you so. I need people, damn it. Okay, Void Dock Alpha Row. Argentia. Yadira. I don't need another Psyker. We will take Kibbles, though. Kibbles will be handy. Not many people here tonight. I'm not particularly surprised, but still. If you are down there lurking, do say hi. It would really help me out. God, I love the colossal scale of this game. Liege Representative. Your Lordship, forgive me for not welcoming you with the appropriate obeisance. We were told that you would prefer to arrive on Footfall incognito, and so we are trying to attract as little attention as possible. I am here on the behalf of the Liege of Footfall, Lord Vladimir Tokara. The Liege awaits the chance to speak with you at his residence. But if you happen to have other business to attend to, I can serve as your guide and tell you about the station. Cassia's lip curls slightly. This is so familiar. Behind the amber-colored scattering of words of welcome, far less appealing hues lurk, murky and diluted. The look of someone accustomed to lying and hiding their intentions. I would like to have a look around the station first. Of course, your lordship. Please follow me. The Liege's representative doesn't get the chance to finish.
Hey, newcomers! How's this for a warm welcome?
I didn't realize that before. That chick has boobs. You don't see that a lot in modern video games.
Cries of mercy. Show them no mercy.
Okay. Pascal. That'll be good for you. I'm gonna move my character over there. Abelard can go there. Argenta could go back here. Cassia can go behind her. No, you don't. Didn't really get Kibbles selected like I'd hoped to. There we go.
Out my way.
Good dodge there.
Here we go.
Man, he took some health off of his own guys. Real hard right there. Okay, first things first. Controlled shot. Switch weapon groups.
I'll do it.
Run and gun. Poke him, please. Good.
Hold on.
God, that's a lot of people before we get Kibble up.
Show me what you've got.
Let's get to it.
Thankfully, these guys aren't terribly bright.
Time to slaughter someone.
And he just killed one of his own dudes. That is very nice. Okay. So first things first. Ooh, good. 2 for 1.
The shadows will see it. Let your
One
soul be
down.
purged. Come, the other side awaits.
Hit him.
Killing brings me
good.
pleasure.
Alright. Shoot that man with a las pistol, please. Thank you.
Get to it.
Beating down on him hard at the moment.
Scared yet?
He's injured. I'm
Painful.
enraged.
Oh. Oh, that can't be good. Give me a moment, chat. Don't worry about it, chat. It'll be fine. Probably. Okay, we're looking for that one. Hit her.
I am a
Argenta.
navigator, not a servitor.
Actually, we might be able to do the most damage
I'll
with
do
that shot right there. Good.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Better. Much better. Okay. Pascal is finally up. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna hit that dude. Good. 21 damage. Plasma weapon is up. Can we kill more than one character with him? No. Wait. No. No, we can't. Oh, boy.
My competencies are not that universal.
Good. Very good. Very, very acceptable.
High momentum.
Okay. Not a whole lot of people alive at the moment, so
Let's see how
we're gonna do the funny over here. Switch weapon groups, run over there and stab that man in the kidneys, as you do.
I am fear
Restore
incarnate.
our MP and AP. Okay, let's stab him right there.
Already done.
Clear out a lot of the
Closing me
mobs.
was your biggest mistake. Nothing of value has been lost.
Okay. I'd like you to stab that woman. Please and thank you very much, main character. Proc as much bleeding damage as possible.
Not a problem for me.
Okay, we're gonna get over here.
Indeed.
That did not kill him. I'm a little surprised.
I will do my duty. Reduced to dust.
Oh.
At your beck and call.
Endure would probably be good. Taunting her would also probably be really smart. Okay. Poke that woman, please. Magenta. Would be some good.
I'll do it.
Ooh. Nasty.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Very good. Very, very, very good. Oh god, I sometimes love the freaking chance to hit in here. It's like, yes, I just shot you point blank with a shotgun, but you absolutely just dodged that. Never change. Never change dice roll based combat systems.
Death is a blessing.
Emperor, protect me.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to. Just a hunch. But, you've been a very naughty lady. Where's the other one? Oh, he's right there. Okay.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
That's good. We want line of sight to everyone we can get line of sight to. Get him.
If I may.
Okay. And stab her in the kidneys, and she's down. Perfect, perfect affliction specialist job right there.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Run up on him, poke him in the kidneys,
All too easy.
and he's down. Alright. And that is your introduction to Footfall. Servant. The shivering young servant looks up at you with horror in his eyes. Emperor, protect me. They killed. Fear not, young man. We took care of the attackers. Do you know who they were? Your lordship, those guys were Anvers. They're a gang. They're the worst, I'm telling you. They're scared of no one. Not even Liege Takara. He glances around like he's expecting more bandits to appear at any moment. Does this kind of thing happen around here often? Shooting, yes. Attacks on nobles, not very often. Unless it's the Anvers. They're vicious. Not a week goes by without them killing and gutting somebody. They're wicked heretics. They respect nothing. They follow no rules. Go and report this to the Liege. Yes, I'm sorry, your lordship. I'll go report to the Liege. They killed her. They killed my lady. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, no, that's just awful. Oh, no. Okay. Time to loot. Time to loot a lot of things. See, this is the point at which you're like, oh, aren't chainswords... Nope, chainswords are literally everywhere, which is a really good thing, because, we're gonna need them. A lot. Okay, is there... There are more dead Anvers
It's
over
about
here
time.
with loot on them. Okay, let's get that. Alright. Good.
I did fine.
We do need to level up old kibbles, don't we? So... creature with Bloodblessed or Bloodstain effect gains 1 stack of the effect whenever raining blood is inflicted again, or whenever it starts its turn on a blood-covered cell. Okay. Just a flesh wound. Be smart. The Voidborn character has a 20% chance to survive after suffering lethal damage, surviving with 1 wound. That's not bad at all. Not bad at all. However, I want to check her weapon proficiencies. Chain weapon expert. We could give her that, considering we're getting a lot of chain swords. Melta weapons expert. She already has melta weapon proficiency. Plasma weapon proficiency. Power weapon expert. Ooh, I do like that. I do like that a lot. However, it will not die. It'll probably be very useful. Let me see. Can I, or should I, upgrade weapon skill? The ballistic skill. Let's upgrade weapon skill. And then we'll go with demolition. Or maybe... let's go with coercion. Coercion would be good. And then... agility. She's going to be heavily spec'd into agility, but it's probably a good thing at this point. Crimson Tide. Yes, please. Alright. Now, if I am correct,
I'll lay claim
and
to
I
the
am,
stars.
our boy Opticon22 is here. This is one of my favorite characters in this game. He is an absolute monster, and I love him so much. Opticon22. The tall, hunched tech priest stares at you unblinkingly. A breathing mask conceals his gaunt features. The skin on his hands is of a sickly gray hue, with his augments showing signs of combat damage, and are plated in black chromium, giving him a general air of okay, I'm struggling here. Lugubriousness. Okay, whoever wrote that, fuck you. That is ridiculous. Opticon22. Initiating identification procedure. This unit is defined as Logos Opticon22 and is a fully authorized representative structural part of the Cognizance Fleet and the priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Access has been granted to the following options: information exchange, strengthening of diplomatic links, trade deals, donations. Initiating official greeting procedures for esteemed high-value visitors. Glory success to House von Valencius. A binaric aura begins to flow from the scratched vox attached to the tech priest's chest, requesting information regarding contractual obligation Logistica Theta. Pascal and Opticon22 exchange glances and a short series of binaric signals before bowing their heads in satisfaction. Opticon22's bows noticeably lower than Pascal's. What is Logistica Theta? Under the contractual obligation in question 34.761 Terran cycles ago, the Explorator Cognizance Fleet received from representative authorized units of the Von Valencius dynasty a volume of high-grade promethium equal to the fuel capacity of 6 Tantalion void tankers. Received it and then didn't pay, compensate, remunerate, settle accounts. Should I go on, or is that enough synonyms? The stipulated payment reciprocal offering from the Cognizance Fleet can be made to House von Valencius assets at the current time, after which the contractual obligations will be fulfilled. Archived. Confirmed your status acceptance of the payment reciprocal offering. And this is the one you actually want to pick for a good reason. No payment is needed. Consider the Promethium my gift and a sign of hope for collaboration in the future. The request is accepted. The contractual obligation Logistica Theta is concluded. The Cognizance fleet thanks House von Valencius for its cooperation. The status of this unit's requests will be increased. I want to make a trade deal, which means we can get our hands on a lot of really good and very useful things, like medkits, and stems, and deflection gloves, and machine right sets, and target designators, and a Rin-Toby pattern bolter, and a Weber. And that's about all we can beat out of them for the exact nanosecond. Don't worry, we will be doing significantly more, but that will have to come later. Also, I really like the Sicarian Rustwalkers. You don't usually see a lot of the really cool Adeptus Mechanicus units in video games, but they actually added them, and for that I am very grateful. Because they look just freakish.
None
And Freaky
shall
is cool.
stand in my way.
Freaky is very cool. And video games and redheads, and nowhere else. Okay. Right. I don't think there's any loot up here we can grab, but we'll keep looking around, seeing what we can find. An aristocrat. This line's from Janus. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. We might be going there later.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Oh, wait. There's a dead dude under there. That can't be good. Strange memo. The Holy Book by the Altar. That Void Dam Customs guy. He is always on duty. Does he get any time off? Does he ever leave for a piss? Is he a servitor or something? Guess what? Hanger by the window. Remember to bow to the Emperor through the window. Okay. Add to inventory. We'll be taking that. Checking all around for loot.
Follow my lead.
We're also going to be checking all of the boxes.
I
At
rise
first
to the
glance, these look like standard containers, but their frames have been reinforced and their sealing improved to keep the smell in. These are used to transport contraband. Oh joy. Oh, we also need to upgrade her to... I'm gonna go with assassin on her. I want to keep a close eye on anywhere you can grab loot, because any of the loot you can get in this game, you should get in this game. Because it absolutely will come in handy later. Leaflet. Now is their time, not theirs. Go to their homes, drag them out of their beds, carve open their bodies like carcasses at a slaughterhouse. The Imperial Navy, Casbellica, Cordia, von Valencius. Their names mean nothing now. Tomorrow we will erase them from memory. Go and seize power, as much of it as you can carry. N-A-N-V. That's the Anvers. Of course they are. Filthy little heretics.
A new challenge for me.
Challenging their rightful masters. Life of St. Drusus, Volume 3. Let's see, what can we get over here? Anything?
Never doubt
Small
me.
altar. The central spot has been given to Drusus, a saint from the neighboring Calixus sector who is widely revered in the Coronis Expanse. Okay.
It's about time.
Got any loot over here? Hey game, you got any loot for me? Okay.
Halt. I noticed something.
The container is marked foodstuffs, but it is empty and by the looks of it has not been moved in a while. Not going to spoil it, but there is a very good reason for that. Worker. Rank 5 functionary, more BTO Cabale. Oh, hello.
None shall stand in my way.
What's this? Internal report. I am writing to inform you that 2 days ago, the discharge was interrupted by a raid launched by the Anvers gang. In the attack, 3 loaders were put out of commission. Furthermore, 1 cargo container, serial number FVDA 16165, was stolen along with its contents. We're going to add that to cargo as well, because that's going to be useful. Actually, no, we're going to add that to inventory. I'm going to need that in a moment, I'm pretty sure. That is something I am nearly certain I didn't find last time. Yep, it's this.
I won't tolerate weakness.
That's how you get in there. I never found that before. Okay, what was that? I'm gonna... Okay, we're about to cheese this using Steam. Okay, I'm going to... pull up... screenshots. Click that. Clipboard. Control V. That. Okay. We're gonna want that up there in that corner. Put down here. FV DA 1 1 6 1 6 5. Okay, now we're gonna go 1.
Follow my lead. I'm always ready.
Okay, 1. Where is the 6 button? Numero.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Okay, 1. I think this might be the code for this, but I might not be correct. 6 is busted, I think. One. I'm not going to be getting into that tonight, am I? Let's unpin that for the moment.
Victory awaits.
Come back for that at some later date. Think. Be sure that is how you get in there. But I'm not certain. Very suspicious. Okay. Alright, there is loot here, though. Let's grab that.
It's about time.
And here, wherever it is, it's probably a piece of paper. Yep, piece of paper. We need no rules or leaders. We are not an organization, we are a force of nature, Anver. That's not sus or suspicious at all in any way, shape, or form. Totally not Chaos Cult. Secretly. What is this? What do we got over here?
Color the uncolored.
Okay, what do we got there? We have got another one of the Anvur leaflets. And there's this. This enigma that still eludes me. Aw. I don't like that. I really don't like that. One little bit. Ragman. Interesting.
None shall stand in my way.
Interesting. Interesting. I really don't appreciate that. Okay, I think we've cleared this of loot. Everything except for that, so let's go to the rest of Footfall. Atrium. Okay. Alright, we made it. Move there.
A new challenge for me?
This place was intended.
A rational decision. Ecclesiarchy temples lack the critical functionality that a void station requires. Unlike the chapels of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Through my service.
These columns appear here back when the station was founded, when it was assumed that Footfall would become a wondrous palace in the stars. Yeah. Funny how that happens, don't it?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Now look at it. Wretched, reeking hive of scum and villainy. Degenerate little hole filled with the absolute worst kinds of scum. Ooh. Hello. Never found that before. That's the thing I love about this game. You can go through 101 ways and you'll still find new crap. New and exciting ways to... Hello. Didn't find that at all last time either.
Shadows
Nothing
reveal
matters
their
more.
secrets.
To borrow things. That is a great sword. And a commander's monocle. I'll be taking both of those. Thank you very much. And whatever that is.
As it should be.
The numerous wounds and injuries indicated this was a particularly brutal murder. The letters A and V are carved into the victim's shoulder blade. Yep. Anvurs. Good lord. They really like killing people, don't they? Okay, who do I want to fit with a greatsword? Would temporarily fitting Pascal... No. No, and the reason is because his axe grants him special abilities. What about Abelard? Soul Pattern Chainsword. Specifications in descending order, combat shotgun. Tempted to have him switch out the bolter for that. What is the Rintobi pattern bolter compared to what he currently has equipped? Much better. Much better, chat. I see there are two people down there. We'll give Argenta the better bolter. And we will give... What's our main character rocking at the moment? Long Las, let's give him a shotgun. Because shotguns are cool. And I like them quite a bit. What's my knife do for damage? 8 to 12, 7 to 15, not bad. Okay, I don't have heavy armor proficiency yet. However, I can equip flak armor. It's significantly better than what I had currently equipped. And it looks a lot cooler too. And we'll throw in a large med kit, because why not? Actually, let's switch that out for a grenade. Okay, give him a large med kit. We'll move on down here.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
New and exciting things. So many people to kill, so little time. What a shame. Ooh, loot. And someone who's not doing so hot. Light. I see the light. Oh, that's not good. That's not ideal. That's not ideal at all, chat. See, in this setting, whenever you hear someone start talking about seeing light or things of that nature, it means one of two things. Either he's getting visions from one of the more useful deities, or, Tzeentch is giving him visions. If Tzeentch is giving him visions, well, then there's only one thing you can do, and it involves a bolter and a chainsword. Ooh, I like that. Vanguard's Unyielding Boots. What do those do? We have, let's see, his character. He is a arch-militant. What about my character? He's an executioner. Do I have a Vanguard in here? No, I made what's-his-name a Vanguard. Inventory. Boots. Buttes. I don't have any boots. Couldn't hurt. We'll throw it on there. We'll throw it on there. It won't hurt anything, probably. Deflection gloves. We can give those to... Who doesn't have gloves? Who doesn't have good gloves, more importantly? Pascal, you got tech use. You don't have any. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I like that a lot. I like that an awful lot. And, 12 dodge reduction. Yes, please. Since she does a lot of melee attacks, that would actually be really useful. I wonder... We don't have anyone really using Deadeye Shot. This could be useful for Cassia. What's hers? Let's use that, because she actually does use Voice of Command quite a bit. Quite a bit. I don't need that. I really don't need that right now, but I may need it later for a certain character I'm thinking of picking up. Yes, I think we will pick that character up later. Ablard. I'm not going to give that to you. We may wind up giving that to another character later. Let's see. I'm not sure. Really not sure. But the voice command ability one actually will help us out a lot because, well, that's one of her main things.
You require an audience.
And, yeah. Having her able to use that efficiently will be much, much better than not. Okay. And here it begins. Oh boy. This is where we meet Crazy. The buzzing crowd has closed in on several harried-looking individuals. Some of their faces are smeared with fresh blood. The angry cries and twisted faces leave no doubt. A massacre is about to take place. Instigator, just cut their throats already. What were they thinking letting that ship dock at Footfall? They're all stricken. No, no cutting. We get their blood on us, we'll be tainted too. Better burn them. That's rather harsh. One time when the ecclesiarchy actually does its job. Hieronymus Del Reso. Be quiet, you scoundrel! A priest clad in a simple black raiment cuts through the crowd like a void ship crossing the sky. You dare pass judgment on others? What arrogance to think you have the right! Argentia starts at the sight of the elderly priest. That's Reverend Hieronymus. I'm surprised he's decided to intervene in a street squabble. Intervene? What is going on here? Several dozen gazes bore into you. And who are you supposed to be? I am Rogue... I'm Rogue Trader of Von Valencius. I am Drake, Rogue Trader of the Von Valencius dynasty. The rabble-rouser laughs uproariously, and I'm Incendia Cordia. Cut the guff. Her ladyship Theodora is head of the Von Valencius line. I saw her with my own eyes when she came to Footfall, and you don't look much like her. Silence, Hieronymus Delaroso. Sirs, you must be completely out of your minds, a band of woefully dim-witted reprobates who think themselves bringers of justice. Who are you to pass judgment on anyone? All you ought to be doing is suffering and repenting till the end of your days. Oh, goodness. And what's so wrong with that, Reverend? We just want to put these heretics to death. Refugee. We're not heretics. The haggard man is on the verge of tears. We're refugees, I swear it on the golden throne. We served the Imperium faithfully until they hung us out to dry. We're the protectors that meant to shield the lands of humanity from nightmares, traitors and traitors, and heretics, the lot of them. A murmur runs through the crowd. The people gawk at you, at the priest, at the wretched group huddling in the center. How tiring. The motley sea of colors that fills this restless crowd is hard on so many on the eyes, so many hues, but most of them are acid yellow streaks of fear, their red buds swelling, ready to burst and paint all who are gathered here. Cassia looks at the crowd of troublemakers wearily, and they shudder at the very sight of her. As for the hearts of those who have been forced to defend themselves, they are shrouded in purplish-black grief, but their words are as transparent as the ice that lies at the top of a glacier. But commoners are always deaf to each other's suffering, for such is their nature. Interfering in this affair is hardly worthy of you or me, Drake. Coercion 45. We can pull this off. All onlookers are to return to their homes immediately. The refugees can go to Dock Alpha Row. I will speak to you later. Comply or face the consequences. Since we will be using the squiggly to pull that off. Coercion test succeeded. The rabble-rouser looks at you morosely. I don't want to get in trouble over this lot. Gain 68 experience, and that is how it's done. Showing the filthy peons where they rightfully belong. In the kneeling position. The refugees use the interruption to make off in the direction of Dock Alpha Row. Here's where we get a wonderful little conversation with Hieronymus. Hieronymus Del Rosso, the arrogance and self-righteousness of a malefactor. Oh, I'm sure you're mad at that, Hieronymus. After all, that's your jobs. The priest shakes his head disapprovingly, then his eyes shift to you. I am Reverend Hieronymus Del Rosso, head of the Drusian mission here on Footfall. I thank you for stepping in. Please come see me when you have time. We can talk then. That was quick. And there he is.
None shall stand in my way.
That's a rogue trader who helped discover this wretched hive of scum and villainy, and found it. And I'm sure he would be proud to see his wonderful little space station turned into this. A stall selling old knickknacks for everyday needs. Shopkeeper. Can we actually talk to her, or no? Nope. Shopkeeper.
A new challenge for me?
There should be something useful. We're not gonna go mess with the mutants at the moment. Or those poor flesh-sculpted buggers. Alright. That is... fine. Harold. Hello. love these statues. They're so macabre. Lovely. Pass on through.
Because Baraka trades Xeno artifacts on Footfall. They're fairly blatantly at that. And the Ordo Xenos is in no hurry to rectify the situation.
There is a rather good reason for that, but we won't get into that yet. That would be spoiling things, chat, and we can't have that. And there she is. Vladam Tokarin the Liege. My patience, you remember the way out, dismissed. The tall man, in austere grey clothes, makes a show of looking past the woman he's addressing. Jay. Vladam, what Aji put such harsh words into your mouth? You're talking like an imperial clerk, not one of us. The woman who is standing with her back to you lets out an ostentatious sigh, then her tone changes dramatically. Where's my cargo, Vladam? Falco has it, doesn't he? So that's how you do business with your old friends these days. Vladam Tokara, the liege, so you don't remember. Then the help will remind you. Guards, escort her out. Guard, Haidari, move. The massive guard leans down to the woman and says in a lowered voice, Jay, get going while he's letting you go. Drown your sorrows at the Amescus and thank your lucky stars you were able to walk out the door. You won't get the chance next time. Handy dandy. First an insult and now threats. I see courtesy and tact are no longer a valued commodity on Footfall. Oh well, I'll find myself a better deal. She turns on her heel and heads towards the exit. As she passes you by, she gives you a quick once-over, winks at you, then immediately turns away with a flip of her jet black hair. Oh god, that is a dangerous kind of woman, boys and girls. Vladam Tokara the Liege. The tall man who has long since noticed your presence is studying you intently. Vladam Tokara, Liege of Footfall. Let us please proceed to my office. A spread befitting a visitor of your rank is waiting. Your entourage will be accommodated nearby. Certainly, let's go. Please, follow me. While you are engaged in small talk, you get a chance to take the measure of Liege Tokara. His expression is aloof and focused, his gestures curt and firm, and his speech calm and quiet, as though he is used to people always listening to what he says. Judging by his observant gaze, he has been studying you in turn the whole time. Vladam Tokara the Liege. Vladam straightens in his chair and says in a polite but completely indifferent tone, Let's talk business. On behalf of the elite of Footfall, I offer you my condolences, Lord von Valentius. We mourn Lady Theodora's loss, and we hope this sentiment is taken as a sign of our good intentions and willingness to cooperate. Thank you, Liege. A terrible loss for all of us. I hope that under your guidance, the dynasty can recover from this blow and attain even greater power. I am impressed by your prudence. Your decision to arrive on Footfall incognito without announcing either the death of the previous rogue trader or your own status, it was quite wise. The rumors will spread sooner or later. It's impossible to keep secrets. Something that's known to the thousands of people serving on a void ship, but for now, you're free to reap the benefits of anonymity. As you may have noticed, Footfall is currently in a state of crisis. Its people would benefit from the patronage of a figure such as yourself. What's the situation in the region? Troubling. Xenos raids are growing more frequent, trade is suffering, and fringe worlds are going under. Rumors of atrocities being committed by the enemies of humanity are causing excessive panic due to their exotic nature. The core of the Imperium forces in the Coronis Expanse have departed for the sector's borders to combat the Xenos threat. There's been no word from them for a while now. Then again, with the distance and their current issues with Astartes, that is not entirely out of the ordinary. Continue. Still, we are not yet alone. From several of the worlds hit by Xenos attacks, we've received reports of fierce warriors who descended from the sky and entered the fray. The fragmentary accounts lead me to believe that the blessed Adeptus Astartes are operating in the Coronis Expanse, and I await news of their victories with great anticipation. Have there been any Xenos attacks on Footfall? No, there haven't. Attacking Footfall in general is not a particularly reasonable thing to do. Many ships are docked here at any given time, and even the listed weapons on board them would make for a decent fighting force, and that's not even to mention the firepower that our esteemed merchants have shamefully hidden from the station's customs officials. Are we talking about dealing in Xeno artifacts here? In a manner of speaking, miraculously, Vladim has managed to frame the last sentence as a question. Footfall is a place where anything can be bought, and mind you, where anything can be sold. I do not approve of fear of xenotech. One must know and understand the enemy. Which, of course, is what we're going with because, well, This playthrough is going to involve a lot of Xeno-heresy, chat, and I mean a lot of Xeno-heresy. We're not going to do the tentacle time, because getting tentacle fondled is not my idea of a good time, but we are going to be doing a fair and decent amount of Xeno-heresy. 3. I'm convinced that your connections with Footfall will allow you to broaden your knowledge and understanding of Xenos considerably. I will see to it that your curiosity is satisfied in every way. Who is that woman? The wardens threw out. Vladimir Tokaran's expression hardens, and he makes a frustrated gesture. A dead woman walking. Some, however, still call her Jay Haydari, a small-time hustler with big ambitions that will lead her to a sticky end. Look, in a setting with Slanesh, that was a very poor choice of words, my man. Lore Imperium test succeeded. It's strange, a small-time hustler, even a particularly audacious one, wouldn't likely quarrel in public with a figure as important as the Liege of Footfall, what seems stranger still is that the Liege knows this small fry by name. She is irrelevant. Since I am the one in control of the station on Footfall, I can speak on behalf of all of its noteworthy residents. What sort of patronage do you seek from me? Protection. Not military protection, but a different kind of security. You have, of course, already encountered difficulties with warp navigation on your way here. I'm afraid the scope of these difficulties extends far beyond this area. Reports of disrupted routes and ships vanishing during short jumps are coming in from across the entire sector. Communication with the Calexis sector has been extremely unstable. Of the ships that have dived into the Maw in recent years, none have yet returned. The last ship that came through the Maw from the other side was struck by a temporal anomaly. The jump took almost 2 decades in real space-time. You have heard, lore warp test succeeded, you have heard of warp instability, including cases where the Maw would become completely inaccessible for navigation for years on end, thus temporarily cutting off the Coronis Expanse from the Imperium. Even so, Vladim's words are particularly alarming. It seems that something has had a profound effect on the Maw. The Cicatrix Maledictum, in this case, which we will explain what that is in a moment. And this brings us to our main issue. Footfall is a repair shipyard and a trading post. We barely produce anything ourselves, and we are largely dependent on incoming shipments, especially food shipments. The station, naturally, has some reserves, but the supply issues didn't start yesterday. Footfall would be obliged if House von Valencius would assist us by signing a contract for food deliveries. Logic test succeeded. I can't be the only one you've asked for help. Naturally. I've tried contacting other rogue traders, but the terms of House Cordia would have bled Footfall dry, and as for the esteemed Caligos Winterscale, instead of a food shipment from him, I received a transport, the Navikia, packed with refugees. I had to send them off to Foulstone, so many extra mouths to feed would have only worsened the crisis further. I suppose all these warp fluctuations must have created more pressing matters for Lord Winterscale, and so I put my faith in you, the third and last of Footfall's allies. So what are the terms of this deal? It's simple. Delivery of food shipments from your fertile world, Janus, I imagine. I'm quite familiar with that jewel of the Von Valencius Protectorate. In Exchange for fair payment. The payment will be unfair, as I will be robbing you blind, but you will remain in charge. Do we have a deal? Very well, I will help you with your food shipments. Get on your knees and ask properly, then I will help. Yeah, I'm not doing that. That would be a little... That's a bit too much. I'm not going to walk into a man's house and then demand that he grovel. That seems... dickish, and I want to avoid that. Two, the payment will be unfair, as I will be robbing you blind, but you will remain in charge. Do we have a deal? Why would Footfall to agree to such a deal? By accepting it, we would anger the esteemed Insignia Corio without gaining anything. Let us discuss more realistic prospects for our partnership. We'll go with Iconoclast. It'll help us out in the long run. Such charity is a rare sight in the Coronis Expanse. Even figures as powerful as rogue traders do not show it often. Thank you, your lordship. I would like to know more about the Anvers gang. Why haven't they been dealt with yet? He grits his teeth slightly before answering. I've been using all my resources to delay the moment when the station is hit by a famine. I haven't gotten around to the Anvers yet. As detrimental as they are, they're no players. When their leader dies, the rest will scatter. Where does one go to make a few deals here on the station? Here, I am the main dealer on the station. And it would be disrespectful of me to suggest that you take your business to Footfall traders of lesser importance. Still, you might take an interest in a few people of note. For example, Reverend Hieronymus Delaroso, the servant of the ecclesiarchy, is rumored to purchase sacred relics from captains, and other traders don't seem kind on becoming his competitors. If you're looking for goods that can entertain you, find Octavinia at the establishment called the Adeptus Amescifus. The chemical bliss that she offers is refined and possesses a satisfactory degree of purity. Just don't ask her to pour you her signature drink. It's meant for common Footfall rabble, not discerning clientele. Let's get down to business. I'm interested in your wares. I am at your service. You can expect the most generous discounts. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Take that, and the medkits, because we're going to need all of those we can get. What's the most valuable to him? Heretic trophies, and we don't have any currently. We don't currently have any Xenos. We're going to be getting a lot more ranged weaponry, so, and uniforms because of what we're about to go through, so I'm not too worried about replacing all of this. Gonna leave the jewelry out, though. It's doing that weird thing again. Alright, guard.
It's about time.
Okay, we're gonna check all of this for loot. Voxmaster Vigdus, Lord Captain, I am pleased to report that inspections have been completed and all identified system failures have been resolved. The Void Ship is ready to depart Footfall. The crew is waiting for your further instructions, and there are also a number of issues that need to be addressed. Oh boy. Goody. Bitch work. Okay. Before we do that, we're going to thoroughly investigate the station and steal. I mean, requisition. Requisition anything that isn't tied down. I do need to make sure I get everyone equipped with the best weapons possible. It's rated mono knife. Let's see. Do we have? Okay, las guns can be added to cargo. Auto pistols added to cargo. Knives can be added to cargo. Weber, don't really need it. Don't need the Rintobi pattern. Las gun either. Las pistol can go. Shock baton can go. Split. Cargo. Weighty axe. I'm gonna split that too, but we're only gonna keep one of those. Add to cargo. Bolter. Mizoa pattern sword. We're going to split that 2. Keep only one of them. Cargo. Stub carbine. Split and add one of those to cargo. Split that. Keep 2 of those. Add the rest to cargo. We'll keep 1 of those and send the rest to cargo as well. Okay. All those axes can go to cargo. We don't need them. Forgot that we had that. We'll add that to cargo as well. Don't really need the heretic trophies too much. They're mostly just trade items. And yes, a good Imperial citizen would probably throw those into whatever deep chasm they could find, but look, we're a rogue trader. Our real god is money. Let's... Wait, did I just drop that? Damn it. Add to cargo.
None shall stand in my
We're
way.
gonna pick that up. Select. Add those to cargo as well. Oh god, Bastion Cordia. This scene is funny. In a really screwed up 40k kind of way. A well-groomed young man calls out to you. He is clean-shaven and dressed in clothes that are expensive but unshowy, with a bright aquila embroidered in a prominent spot. Noble sir, a minute of your time, if you please. I am Bastion Indirama Bastal Cordia, youngest cousin of House Cordia. Envoy of Incendia Bastal Cordia, rogue trader of the Coronis Expanse by the grace of the most holy emperor, and you must be an envoy of Theodora von Valentius. I notice that you arrived on the esteemed lady's ship. Cordia. They are some of the most influential rogue traders in the Coronis Expanse, but not on Footfall. This station is under the control of House Winterscale. Something tells me that we are about to hear a most curious offer, says Abelard under his breath, so that only you can hear him. What do you wish to speak to me about? A matter of the utmost delicacy. You see, you've been to the residence of the Liege. Vladimir almost certainly appealed to you for assistance in the arrangement of shipments to Footfall. The Von Valentius Protectorate is famed for the abundance of its main agri-world, Janus. It would be odd for him to not seize on such an opportunity when Footfall is on the verge of famine. However, the Cordia dynasty pursues its own interests on Footfall. We have already announced our terms to the Liege, but he is stalling, I imagine, in hopes of getting a better offer from you. The Cordia dynasty believes... Bastion smiles and gives you a slight shrug, that cooperation would be preferable for both rogue trader houses if you refuse Vladimir, thereby forcing him to agree to deal with us. The Cordia dynasty can promise you a share of the profits from the future contract as well as certain other prerequisites. Everybody benefits. Perquisites, sorry. The rogue trader's most loyal servant should be more concerned with carrying the Emperor's most loyal servants should be more concerned with carrying his will through the stars and less with divvying up profit amongst themselves, Argentia says disapprovingly, but quietly enough so as not to interrupt the negotiations, especially when the well-being of one of the Imperium's worlds is at stake, even one such as Footfall. Behind your smile, Master Bastion, teal shadows swirl. Others may not see them, but your worry cannot escape my eye. What are you afraid of? Your house's wrath should these negotiations prove fruitless, or the wrath of House von Valentius? Cassia, once again coming in clutch right there with the whole mind-reading thing. Would you mind elaborating on the terms of your proposal? No, not at all. Would you like to take these negotiations somewhere more suitable so that it may go over the details? Bastion smiles and opens his mouth to offer another piece of sugar-coated courtesy when suddenly... He's a side character in a 40k story. How long do you think his shelf life was?
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
I will take you down.
Okay, Argenta, go back there. Cassia. That will be quite enough, thank you. Here. Put him over here to where we can shotgun that guy. Ablard can go there. Kibbles can go here. It's gonna be a long time before I get to use gas yet. Okay. RG. Go right here.
By faith.
I want you to use the bolter. And, do exactly that.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
And now I want you to
As the
do
Emperor
this.
commands, I act.
Okay,
Faith
video game.
without deeds is worthless.
After switch weapon groups. She can hide out behind that tree.
Here we go.
I do have some questions about those ornamental shrubs. How are they getting light to them?
Fate shields me.
Hold on.
Like, you need sunlight to, or at least, like, grow lights to keep those things functional. They don't seem to have those. They just make a whole lot of sense. We'll move up here and hit him with a shotgun. Very good. Switch weapon groups. I'm gonna run over and poke that man in the back. Quite vigorously.
Let's make it quick. Let's get to it.
I don't like that. Of course he's gonna throw a stun grenade. Bagster.
Let's get to it.
Okay.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
Would you mind making all of those men explode, please, Pascal?
The oldest
What I have to do,
comprehensible.
and then smack him with a hammer. Well, axe. Okay.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Now I shouldn't have done that, probably. Let's overpressure
Victory
him.
is imminent.
Ooh, good. Okay,
It will be
run
done.
forward and stab that man. Ow.
Suffered worse.
It's very
Indeed.
unpleasant. Don't appreciate that one little bit.
Death comes in silence.
Okay. Spinny stabby time.
I shall not fail. My blade.
Much better.
As the tenets come, the other side
okay.
awaits. The shadows.
Good.
Leave me no
Last
closer.
shot. Perfect,
Trust
in
me.
fact. Stabby, stabby. That's good.
Let's get to it.
Wow. He did absolutely no damage. How terrible. I'm just heartbroken. Good grief, the guard is actually pretty good. Of course, Cabela is going to block that, as one would expect from her. He's going to shoot the poor guardsman. Ow. 5 wounds down. Good.
Let's make it quick.
Because they hit us with the... Ooh, attack of opportunity. Full damage, not that... Damn!
To it.
Good lord. Heavy Amber Thug. Okay, first things first. This guy needs to... Ow. That guy can go. Let's kill him first. Switch to shotgun. shoot him with a pistol? Please tell me I can shoot him with a pistol. I can shoot him with a pistol. Don't know if I'll hit, but we can shoot him. 10, not bad. Okay, heroic act. Let's hit this guy really hard.
I shall not fear.
Move right there. Oh, he has a gas mask. Like a Deathcore of Krieg gas mask. That's cool. I like that a lot.
Already
Shotgun.
done. Never wavered in the face of
And
adversity.
then we're gonna... Is he already... Wait. Heavy amber, heavy amber, heavy amber. He does not have any DOT on him at the moment. So let's proc some.
Not a problem for me.
That's one. And that's
too
two.
easy.
Oh, you blocked that. You absolute scum hamster. Alright, back there we go. Weapons down. Pencils down. Okay, there we go.
Let's get to it.
Ooh, 11 wounds. That's good. Chain axe. We're taking that off of his corpse. Dodge on Pascal. Pascal's turn. Pascal, heal yourself, my man. Thank you. Okay, I want you to smack him with your axe. Actually, wait, can I? There we go. Hit him with the axe, please.
Function successfully terminated.
I guess that'll have to do for now. Let's hit him with Analyze Enemies. That'll inflict an exploit on him. 2 exploits. Nice. Chainsword.
At your
Kill
beck
that
and
man.
call.
I don't...
It will be done.
Door.
Victory is imminent.
Okay.
As on a fought by the
Poke him a couple of times.
Death
Be
is
so
a
kind,
blessing.
my dear. And, I don't like that a bit. That's not great. Forgot, she has the great sword in the other slot. That's not ideal.
I shall not fail.
Can't quite reach him. He's just out of range. We got old Abelard out of range of the guy with the chain axe, and that's a very good thing, because yeah, he wouldn't be long for this world if... Okay, you bring it down.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Hail, Grizzled! How are you, good sir? Okay. There are only 4 of them left. Why not?
We'll rule the stars themselves. One fewer target.
Okay, run over there.
Follow my lead.
We are currently on Footfall, killing reprobates.
It will be done.
Ow. Okay, are there any less than pleasant individuals still? There are. And he's in range. Good.
All done.
The guard's about to make that man die.
Nothing of value
Forgot how
has been
useful
lost.
those power mauls are. Okay, Argenta, you're going to heal because
Blessed be
you
the
are
hand of the
really,
healer.
really screwed up right now. And then... Killed all the guys over there. There's only one of them left. How has your weekend been, Grizzled?
As the Emperor commands, I act. Rejoice in battle! Doubt is for the weak.
Mine has been less than ideal so far, but I'm hoping that it will get better. Shoot him
As
with
the
a bolter,
Emperor
please. Thank you.
Make it quick.
Ow. I don't like him having that powerful of a gun. It's kind of annoying. Like I said, Grizzly, it could have been a lot. It could have been a lot worse, quite honestly. But it is improving. I'm able to stream. That always makes me happy.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
I want you to run over there and... not enough room. Okay, can you just shoot him? Actually, wait. Hold up. Hold up, chat. He's got a
At your
bolter.
beck and call.
Shoot him.
Indeed.
Taunting Scream.
At
Door.
your beck and call.
Have Abelard tank that,
A dance of
which
blades
him not being
and
over there
shadows.
actually does help us out, because then we can have Bella do
The
this.
shadows will see it done. Let your soul be purged.
Black latex and murder is definitely an interesting mix in women. Okay. Alright, let's loot all of these corpses. And we did get the chain axe. Thank God. That will help us a lot. Can we loot old Bastion Cordia? Bastard Cordia? I mean, yes, Bastion. Armored body glove, that explains that he was using baseline armor. Clothes. Explains why he died. Oh, I forgot there were all this loot here. Okay. All your stuff belong to us.
New challenge for me.
Loot here. This corner. Ooh. Okay. We do need to talk to Hieronymus, because he has things we can buy as well. And, acquisition of strategic objects is very useful.
The machine gun grants me insight.
Collect all. Right. Hieronymus. Let's have a word, shall we? Also, he's going to give us a quest, which we're going to do.
The web serves.
Because I hate chaos. The man with a face so drawn it appears to be made of nothing but skin and bone fixes his unblinking bird-like eyes on you. The priest's simple black robes have next to no adornments, and they do nothing to mask his unhealthy gauntness. In a cracked voice he says, "The Emperor protects." The Emperor protects, Reverend. But he protects only those who are pure of heart. Do you think yourself one of them? Be leery of this conviction of yours. Many who have risen to be the pinnacle of faith have fallen from it into the embrace of pride, and most degenerate. Something, something, pot calling kettle black, something, something. And you must be the young Von Valencius. That name carries weight, and it is a burdensome one, for its reputation suggests that Theodora encumbered it with many transgressions. I wonder, will you seek to shed them, or will you carry them onward, picking them along the way like ripe fruit and savoring their sweet poison? I'm tempted. You're saying Theodora was a transgressor? A woman of great gifts, but few considered her virtue to be one of them. People whispered that power had corrupted her, known that she showed cordiality to Xenos, broke taboos, and violated dogmas. Then again, so do nearly all rogue traders. Rogue traders are the Emperor's anointed. I act at his command as evidenced by his signature on my warrant. And did he grant it to you personally? The Emperor has entrusted his servants with the future of humanity. But people are too weak and flawed to prove themselves worthy of his trust. Only suffering can cleanse us, but we fear it, and thus remain sullied. Yes. Suffering will make you holy. That's not something at all that... Something the anchorite rolls in his grave. But then again, he's not dead, so... Yeah, anyway. How do you know who I am? The Emperor has blessed me with acute hearing, and the people did the rest. How many members of your crew do you think came to confess to me the moment they arrived in port? How long do you suppose it took to piece together the truth from their words? The priest's voice is rasping and harsh, but you still manage to pick up a strange tone. There is something hidden behind this shift in speech, something that he did not consider necessary to explain. Make the sign of the Holy Aquila. I put my faith in the Emperor. Persuasion test succeeded. He gives you a scrutinizing look, then his tone softens. Well then, be twice as diligent, for the sector will seize any chance to test your faith. Oh, it will. Greetings, sister. I congratulate you on your return. Was your pilgrimage fruitful? He looks at Argento, who is standing nearby, and his voice softens slightly. It was, Reverend. Let it be known to you that late Theodora von Valencia's ship was attacked by servants of the arch-enemy, who appall the hearts of any righteous soul. She says, nearly hissing with fury, and not all of them met a fitting end. Some fled, and more than that, their blasphemous words clearly pointed to this attack being part of a larger design. Reverend Hieronymus, I wish to join the esteemed rogue trader's crew and help protect the von Valencia's dynasty from the forces of the arch-enemy. I am divesting myself of the responsibility of guarding the Footfall reliquary, as is only right and proper. She is actually sticking with protocol here. This is actually pretty smart. Sister Argentia stood by my side during the assault on the ship, and I could use her assistance going forward. Hieronymus nods in thought. Follow the call of your soul, sister. The Footfall reliquary will be preserved even without your contribution, as it was in all of the years preceding your arrival. I know what it is that calls you to follow the rogue trader, Sister Argenta. You seek combat, for it helps you to forget how hollow and worthless our lives truly are. Now, that's just frickin' harsh, brother. It offers the illusion of meaning. Perhaps you will relinquish this illusion one day, or perhaps you will die before that day comes. Regardless, I wish you luck on your new path. You can see why I don't like this guy very much. I have met good preachers in my life, like good actual men who believe in God and, you know, believe in what they preach, and this guy reminds me of all of the worst ones I've met. All of the slimy, self-righteous, self-important, absolute scum buckets that are always there, you know, and they're always freaking hypocrites. It's just, it grates on me, personally. But then again, fiction does follow reality. But before you start on your path towards your new destiny, I have a request to make of you and your companion. Many among my flock are from the poorest, most dispossessed people on Footfall. They've brought me troubling news from Footfall's shadow quarters, in the darkest corners where the Liege's wardens do not venture. Taint has taken root. I could make a priest joke here, but I'm not going to. Footfall is consumed by profanity, but even here, true heresy. Serving the arch-enemy is a rarity. The cultists who now dwell in the shadow quarters mark their bodies with a sun inscribed in blue and gold, and perform strange rituals in secret. The weak find solace in believing these reports to be rumors, but I well know that evil lurks all around us, and I wish to see retribution. I come across heresy surprisingly often these days. Indeed, dark times are upon us, and wretched souls grow ever more eager to embrace heresy. Both on Footfall and elsewhere, its foul buds are coming into bloom. Troubling news is arriving from many planets. There are whispers of wicked things taking place on Kiavagama. Just recently, a transport ship by the name of Navieka, teeming with refugees, arrived on Footfall from Winterscale's realm. Their world was stricken with blasphemous sedition, and such was its severity that they had to flee to save themselves. The liege refused to accept them, and so they headed to Foulstone, desolate cloister of the righteous. It was wise of them not to linger in this din of vileness. We will verify this rumor, Reverend Hieronymus. With great pleasure. Argentia lays a hand on her weapon. I almost wish for the rumor to be true. My heart yearns to battle some heretics. God, I love how murderous she is. This is where I bid you goodbye, sister. Noble Drake, is there more you wish to ask me about? Let's take my leave in dialogue. Wait a second. I want to see something. Can we take this conversation to a place more befitting of people of our rank? Why? For a missionary, his temple is the patch of deck beneath his feet. From where I stand, I can clearly see the life of my flock, all its bustling, blooming, and wilting. Here I can see the vile urges, futile hopes, and flashes of sincerity. If I were in the habit of locking myself in a temple, would I have made it in time to intervene in the massacre of your subjects from Kiavagama? No truth resides not in golden halls, but here in the square among the people. Golden halls are home to other far more filthier things. Sure. I have quite... Tell me about yourself. Neither my past nor my present hold any secrets, but take heed when gazing into my heart, for many dark thoughts lurk within. What is troubling your heart? Bad omens. Dark times have come. Ships from the Imperium rarely appear in the Coronis Expanse anymore. In Footfall, Shadow Quarters, Stain thrives, and the people here are corrupt enough to succumb to it gladly. Rumors around the Expanse say that the accursed Xenos have grown bold and are rearing their heads. They attack ships and settlements, walk under the suns of Imperium worlds like kings instead of cowering in the shadows. What next? What adversities await us if such disgrace is happening already? There's more and more talk of how poorly things are going in the Expanse. Some days it seems I can't take 2 steps without hearing some peasant pontificating on the matter. Even if it is as dire as they say, the Von Valentius realm will not crumble under the blows of fate, no matter how devastating. Chin up, Lord Captain. This is no time to lose heart and lament your lot. Not only is your hope false, it is dangerous among his servants. There have been people of greater integrity who've sullied themselves in their attempt to rise above the rest. Who were you in your past? A wretched fiend, blinded by my ambitions. I served in my home planet's Adeptus Administratum division. Now, who is this reminiscent of in Warhammer 40K lore? We'll get into that in just a second, too, because, yeah. It's like poetry, it rhymes. I was a shrewd and sly bureaucrat, and I soared to great heights to the very chair of prefect. In 30 years, I turned my home from a withered fringe colony into a prosperous world. Our wealth blossomed as we grew, but the bloom was a veneer for rot. Opulence had depraved us, and luxury had seduced us with its sordid promises. The planet's denizens no longer wished to pray or work. They only sought entertainment and dangerous philosophies. 1,000 vile heresies and 1,000,000 appalling vices bred on my world like mold on a Nutribar. In those days, I saw with my own eyes the shameless ugliness of the soul. I repented of my hubris, left the position of my prefect, and became a traveling missionary. I've been one ever since. As my world 20 years later, the Holy Inquisition consigned it to purifying flames. Say nothing. Such was my path. I have no more questions. What are you doing? Footfall. What I am doing in this din of blasphemies. Pagans and the vilest of souls, you mean to say? Well, Footfall is the first and last stop in the Coronis Expanse. It is the point of arrival for those who have just started on the path, and it is also where those who are reaching its very end return. The souls wounded and bleeding. I embrace both the former and the latter, so that they may cast an honest eye over their impurity. Furthermore, rumors from across the entire sector amass on Footfall. If I hear crewmen whispering about a reclaimed shrine world or expressing desire to carry the Emperor's light into the darkness amongst the stars, I help my flock in their sacred duty. Devoted trailblazers need assistance, both spiritual and material. Tools, equipment, even garments and simple everyday items. Anything that might help pilgrims on their long journey and during the first days of their harsh frontier life is worth its weight in gold to us. May any help you offer to the effort of gathering such things be blessed. The path of true believers leads into darkness, to search for worlds that have lost its radiance, steeped in depravity. Blessed are the deeds of those who give themselves into the void and the warp in hopes that their actions might bring light into the darker reaches of the expanse and deliver a previously barren world into the Imperium's service. Hieronymus is silent for a few seconds, and all the more bitter is the realization that not all brave souls will succeed in their mission. Footfall awaits news from the Wasteland Wayfarer, an ancient ark, a ship headed for distant stars. Her last Astartes message was sent from beyond the Cenarius Maleficum, and the stars have kept her fate secret since. I would like to look, and I bear another darker duty. The expanse is filled with the tainted creations of unholy heretics. These insidious objects are a danger to the soul, but I know what to do with them. Should you in your travels come across dangerous, corrupted objects, bring them to me. The reward for your vigilance will be even more generous. The Drusian mission has much to share with the rogue trader. I would like to take a look at what the followers of St. Drusus have to offer me. Let me see. We'll take everything we can get, an Enforcer helmet, onslaught. So, the thing about his background that I found interesting is that his background is the exact same as a certain Goj Van Dyer, a individual of some import in the history of the Imperium, who is responsible for the creation of the Sisters' Battle and quite a bit of other things. Goj is not what I would exactly call Goj Van Dyer was very, very not cool for a lot of reasons. He did some not so cool things to the Sisters of Battle when it comes to how he set them up. So the Sisters of Battle were originally referred to as the Daughters of the Emperor, okay? Nice and wholesome. Okay? Daughters of the Emperor implies something not pervy. When Goj Van Dyer showed up, okay, so what he did was, shows up at this mission, okay, on this far-flung world that he'd heard about that had a group of, basically, warrior priestesses devoted to the Emperor, okay? Shows up. He's the head of the Imperial Ecclesiarchy and formerly head of the Administratum, okay? Same as our good Hieronymus here, okay? He shows up and says, let me in. They're like, no, we're not going to let you in. You're, filthy, impure. We could not possibly do that. And he's like, no, it'll be fine. So they let him in. They start to parley. And he commands one of his, and they're like, we won't be following you. You're impure. You're filthy. You're unclean. Unclean. And so Goj is like, I will prove that I have the favor of the Emperor. And he commands one of his guardsmen to shoot him. Now, you would think this would be a self-correcting issue, except that he is wearing a Archaeotech relic, which is a suit of armor from the Dark Age of Technology, a rosary from the Dark Age of Technology that provides a personal shield. And he was betting that these retards on a non-technologically advanced world wouldn't know about such technologies, and so he was like, if I convince them that I have the Emperor's favor by... We'll give that to Adelblard. Oh, he looks good. By, you know, wearing this. And I have my guy shoot me, well, they'll believe that it's a miracle of the Emperor. And that's exactly what happened. And so they become very devoted to him. And he basically takes them off-world, has them join his service, renames them to the Brides of the Emperor. Yeah. You know the jokes about Catholic priests and little boys? Well, have it reversed to women in this case. Yeah, he does that. He has them as bodyguards and, entertainment pieces. And, he starts what's known as the Reign of Blood, which is when the entirety give him that of the Imperium, basically because of his insanity, gets engulfed in a bunch of holy wars and starts basically self-immolating, because anyone who spoke out against Goj Vandire, well, we couldn't have that, so they decided that they would just burn anyone who spoke out against him. For heresy, of course, because Goj Vandire's word is the word of the Emperor. How could you possibly want to speak up against that? Yeah, he was one of those. And so, yeah. Eventually, the Adeptus Astartes had to get involved and go put him down, and the Sisters of Battle, well, they got renamed to the Daughters of the Emperor again. So they're, after deciding to go kill Goj Vandire, because they got brought before the Emperor by the Custodes, because the Custodes were like, look, dude, we've got to convince these crazy chicks that Goj Vandire is not actually granted with the blessings of God, so let's take him to the Emperor. We don't really know what happened in the throne room, but we do know that life-draining sword, yeah, that's not, that doesn't scream Slaanesh at all. We do know that they came out extremely pissed and decided that Goj Vandire's head needed to roll. Which is a good, happy ending. Happy ending all around. But, yeah. That's why when I heard Hieronymus was a former Administrata member, I was like, yeah, my bro is sus over there. Extremely, extremely sus. He has the exact same origin story as creepy fondly man, and that's not great. Basically, Goj Vandire was Harvey Weinstein, but for the Imperial Ecclesiarchy. Is a good way of describing him. Only more murderous and far more fond of lighting people on fire. If I remember correctly, he actually made a guy drink Promethium, which is just why. Rogue Trader, I would like to remind you about Reverend Hieronymus's request. He asked us to search for a potential cultist in Footfall Shadow Quarters. You seem weighed down by something. What? No. Argentia shakes her head and rubs her temples tiredly. Apologies, Rogue Trader. Being here on Footfall is difficult for me. It's a minor personal weakness, but I'm as ready to fight as ever. It will have no effect on my combat skills. I would like to know what this personal weakness is. Members of my crew cannot keep secrets from me. You are right. I will explain. It's about the circumstances of my arrival on Footfall. I wasn't born in the Expanse. I was sent here by a guardian of a reliquary on Footfall, but my ship became caught in a warp anomaly, and although it lasted only days for those on board, decades had flown by on real space. When at last I arrived on Footfall, it felt like I had been erased from time. No one was waiting for me on this side of the maw. The people who were supposed to greet me, who knew about my imminent arrival, had died. The reliquary that should have been mine to safeguard had instead been taken under the protection of Reverend Hieronymus and his brethren. They were more than up to the task. They had no need of my help. Footfall became my cage. I didn't know who I was or what purpose I had here. The way back to the Calexis seemed like another trap. Even if I were to find a ship headed there, my sector, my order, they too would have lived decades without me by that point. Whenever I am reminded of those months spent on Footfall, it feels like I'm falling into a pit. I hope the rumors of cultists turn out true. I can't wait to prove with my bolters that the world and the Imperium need me. How did your stay on Footfall come to an end? Something must have changed. Yes, a sign, almost a portent, showed me the right path. But it is not something I can speak of like this on the street, in this den of malice. Let us be on our way. All I can say is that on Footfall I met Lady Theodora and joined her. And that was the end of my languishing in this place. You know Footfall better than me. Do you think the rumors of heretics are true? There was a time when I'd say it was most likely a fabrication. One can say many things about the Casbalica mission and other shady operators on Footfall, but even those thugs are loyals to the Emperor, and so they mercilessly exterminate outright heretics in their territory. But now? Heretics have launched an open attack on a rogue trader's ship. A member of your dynasty, Conrad Voigtver, has turned out to be one of them, and Footfall itself is sinking deeper and deeper into madness. In these times of strife, I'm willing to believe in heretics who openly perform their dark rituals and brazenly mark their dens with sacrilegious symbols. We must keep going. Give me a moment, chat. I am gonna go take a wee, and I will be right back. There we go. Alright. Back to things. And,
The Shadow Quarters. When I was last on Footfall, I used to take my weapon and wander this area, anticipating an encounter with a mutant or a bandit.
Why are your
That can't be good.
recollections of this so blue? And the more you talk about it, the darker the blue becomes.
give me a moment, chat. Never mind, I won't worry about it. It's not a problem. Okay, we're gonna go to the Void Dog real quick, because that means we can pick up someone who will be most useful in our endeavors here. Thankfully, we have not seen the last of a certain character from the last time we were playing this. Okay, we're looking for...
I'll lay
There he is. Hello, Henrix. A familiar figure turns to you, Henrix Van Kalox, interrogator of the Ordo Xenos. Bows his head respectfully. Lord Captain. Honored interrogator. What a surprise. Did you perchance leave something in your cabin? Not at all, First Officer Wazarian. I'm not in the habit of leaving a trail, but I thank you for your concern. I'm pleased to see you again, Henrix. I'm glad to hear that my presence aboard your ship did not leave you with any unpleasant memories. I hope your disposition won't change once I've explained the reason for my visit. I was able to contact my mentor and report the tragic events that transpired on Rykad Minoris. I received some information from my agents regarding the movements and actions of enemies of humanity, including the Xenos that we're assuming were involved in the theft of the star. According to their findings, the threat now hangs over other worlds, this time yours, Lord Captain. By the order, Henrix clears his throat and begins in a pointedly official tone. By the order of Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar, whose duty is to stand sentinel over the Coronis Expanse, the rogue trader of House von Valencius is to take on board the agent of the Most Holy Inquisition and provide escort and support in deeds great and small that serve to safeguard the territories of the Imperium against its enemies. This decree is effective immediately upon announcement and remains in effect until decided otherwise by His Excellency Calcazar. What exactly caused this need to rejoin my crew? The cause is the activity of humanity's enemies, including the cult of the Final Dawn. In my absence, the situation in the Coronis Expanse has changed. I have received an exhaustive report from my agents. This heresy has taken root in the region where the Von Valencius worlds lie. You probably already know the fate of the industrial world of Giavagama. If not, then I will share what details I know, but not here. Better to talk on board where we will not be overheard. I, rogue trader Von Valencius, welcome the agent of the Golden Throne aboard my ship and take on the responsibility of assisting him in the fight against evil that threatens humanity. An answer befitting a righteous servant of the Emperor. Always grovel to Inquisitors and their aides, because if you don't, well, they might actually give you space aids as a punishment. If duty has brought you aboard the rogue trader's ship once more, then such is the Emperor's will. Welcome back, Interrogator. Oh, Argentia. Argentia, you are so very naive. Thank you, sister. It is an honor to be traveling with one of the blessed Adeptus Sororitas. They're the chamber militant of the Inquisition, actually. Funny story. Master Van Kalox. Cassia's voice is brimming with genuine joy, which she immediately hides behind a facade of highborn primness. Since you are with us once more, I do hope you will find time to finish our conversation about the literary works of Krollenhar the Blessed. I will make every effort, Lady Orselio. I also must deliver this to you. Henrix pulls out a sealed letter. The Lord Inquisitor specified that the contents of this envelope are for your eyes only. I would ask for you to read it as soon as you have the time. Items received. Letter from Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar. That is everything for the time being. Are you headed to the ship, or do you still have business on Footfall? Whatever the case, I can either wait for you on board or accompany you as part of your retinue. We're gonna replace Kibbles with him. Alrighty then. Good times. We're looking forward to the Witcher Bridge to the left breast of Footfall. We're not going to be keeping him in retinue very long, but we are going to be keeping him long enough to get a certain quest done that I want to see out to the end while he is still with us. And then we'll be switching over to doing someone else's quest. Must have more coffee. Why is the rum always gone? There we go. That is, That's a lot of coffee I've drunk tonight. Okay. Okay. A couple of major quests need to be done before we...
Follow my lead!
Before we go too far, I want to do a couple of quests that are very important. What's this? Oh, it's another Anver note. Rising sun symbol. It seems oddly repulsive, even sinister. Awareness, 100.
My house would be proud of me.
The fake door is connected to a mine trigger? That's a... that's a chaos symbol. That's not good.
A new challenge for me? Something of interest.
Another rising sun symbol. I do remember how to find the...
See, my warp sight reveals something.
I do remember how to find that. Right. But first, we need to clear someone out. Ah, there they are. What a wretched bunch of scumbuckets. Who holds a flamer like that, you idiot? We're almost refueled here. We'll show you how it's done. I'm not feeling it anymore. That's all. This guy is pretty much a cinder now. It was a lot more fun when he was alive and thrashing about. Yeah, that's not at all Chaos Cult behavior. Okay, first things first. Let's get that cleared.
I won't tolerate weakness.
They fear to look at me because of my appearance.
I'm watching your back. Always.
Okay, we got everyone up there. That's good. That's very good. Now we can move in from here.
Take a knee and bow before me.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Wait, let's make sure I've got the right weapon sets out. All of this. Chain axe. Sword. Don't have to worry about his. Cassia is going back there, preferably behind cover. But where she can still get a clear line of sight to these goobers. Abelard can go up in the middle. Argenta back there. Henrix. My good man. Go over there. Pascal. Pascal, my wonderfully tanky fellow. I want you right there. Indeed, Aerodale. Hopefully this fight is actually sufficiently epic to fit the music, and I don't immediately eat crap and die. Okay, shoot him. Okay, that's a guy down. Switch weapon groups. We're gonna want to stab Cinder soon, but first, you serve me. We're gonna give that to Pascal. Then we're gonna run over here and stab that man.
My purposes.
And he parried. Okay, let's move up. I love the music in this game.
Me? If you insist, Lord
Cinder is my main concern here.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Go. Wait, can I? Wait, 1 second. Yes, I can. Here you go.
Already done. You didn't stand a chance.
Knockback and plenty of damage. And we killed another guy. That's useful. Very good.
Just a minor setback.
Stun grenade, that's gonna be painful. He just wasted that.
Get to it.
Missed. They're not going to. He is gonna kill himself, though. That's certainly a choice. Not a good choice, but it is a choice. Okay. Stab that man, please.
It will be done.
Endurance.
Let's get to it.
Ooh, nice. Ow.
Manner of their death, we shall know them.
Yeah, I forgot how tough this fight is. The key to this one is not getting too bunched up, which is what I screwed up right there. Yep, that's a lot of fire. That is a lot of fire.
Deliver us. Let's get to it. Show me what you
I have completed this one with just Adelblard before, which I have a feeling may be something we're about to repeat.
Time to redouble our efforts.
Oh yeah. Okay, first things first. I can't be any more on fire, so let's just run over here and stab him.
I'll live another day. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
time to slaughter someone.
Killed one of his own dudes, that's good. Take him out. Ow. He did proc fire on us, but thankfully we're still pretty okay. Okay, Pascal, first things first, let's have you heal.
Organics required it.
Where can I get you to where you'll do the most damage?
Imperative dictates.
Probably right there. Both of those guys are down.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
Okay, Argenta,
Injuries will not slow.
heal please. Move out of the fire. And then you can shoot him.
Faith without deed.
Okay, starting to clear these guys out a little better. Alright, I want you to
I'll do it.
miss. Of course.
Pain and
Ablard.
duty go hand in hand.
Oh. Oh ho 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 ho. You
Indeed.
poor, poor bastards. It's one of those. Oh god, they have us
your beck and
surround
call.
us. Surrounded the poor bastards. Whack him. Good boy. Parry. Ow.
Let's get to it.
All of 1 damage. Not terrible.
Out of my way.
Arsonist, down. Okay.
Curse you, miscreant!
God, I love the voice lines in this game. Very good.
Not a problem. Nothing of value has been
And
lost.
that was picture perfect.
Scared yet?
I will say, this is not great, but it could have been a lot worse.
Reduced to dust.
Ooh. Ooh, I like that a lot.
Explorators know one route.
Pascal,
Forward.
Would you be so kind as to hit him in the back? And he is toast. Okay.
Let's get on in, maggot.
I've suffered worse.
I will bathe
Yes,
this
you have, and
battlefield
you're going
in
to suffer
righteous
much worse
fury.
before this is over. Be assured.
As the Emperor commands, eradicated.
Ooh.
Just a minor setback.
Now, Abelard, would you be a dear man and,
I will do my duty.
there we go. Plasma explosion. That sucked, but we're all up and alive. Okay. Time to level ye ol'.
Get a grip of yourself.
I'm grateful.
Yes, I did just fondle Cassia. No, I will not apologize. Okay.
Regain
Heal
your
him, Rex.
composure.
Your assistance is much appreciated.
That didn't work. Let's try a big med kit on him.
Get a hold of yourself.
You have my thanks.
You are in the presence of House Orcelio.
Okay, who's got the Medicae? It's what's his name, isn't it? His is 50. Mine's 45. Let's do Adelblard instead.
We are the
Abelard.
spearhead of the Imperium.
Please be a good fellow and go heal our resident retards.
Ugh, this master-crafted patella augment is not fit
I
for a
needed that.
servitor.
It's like medkit test failed. We're gonna have to go back to the ship to get that fixed. A little annoying. Let's loot all the bodies first, though. Oh wait, we got something good here. Anver. Sector 2. He's waiting for you. You know the place, so be there on time. The turn can be seen from the entrance to the Adeptus. Make sure some gawker doesn't see you when you're going. Ooh. That gives us a hideout location. Okay, let's claim all the loot here, and then we'll dig through and see what they've got. Don't think they have that much good stuff, but we'll see. Oh, wrong. They have a Thunderhammer. Abelard, since I rarely have you use that bolter. Oh my god, chat. Oh, that's pretty. I want one. I want one of those in real life. I have people I could use that on. I mean, no, what? Anywho. Soul Siphon, Veil Render. Has the same damage, basically. I do need to get someone designated as big, heavy weapons guy. Mozilla Pattern Sword. I just don't have anything better than what I've currently got equipped as far as pistols go. It's kind of, swords go. I do need to upgrade to where I can... And I got a Mars Pattern Axe. Now, who could I give that to? Who should I give that to? Axes are good because they do proc bleed damage. I'm going to just add those shotguns to cargo. We don't need them, really. Don't need those either. Or that. I only really need one hand flamer. That Rebel sniper rifle is really good, but I don't know if I want to keep it. Oh, I forgot. He can use heavy armor. He has heavy armor proficiency. There you go. Have a fire blessed carapace. You can't get burned anymore. And it's medium. That's busted.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
That's all holy hell. Okay.
Halt! I noticed something.
There's that Chaos Sigil. Again. And we do need to get down here and get this. Oh, we can't reach that.
Let us see what I found.
Actually, we can. What do you know? All right.
Victory awaits! Attention to detail is the key to success.
Okay, there's the Chaos Cultist hideout. Pretty sure. It's the Chaos Cultist hideout.
What is that?
And there's more loot up here. Let's collect all of that. We're gonna go grab whatever's in the barrel. Okay, with that out of the way, let's check this up here.
Over there.
That's one of those Chaos Sigils. Let's go and get that open.
Irrefutable certainty.
Why? I have a feeling I'm missing something. I should be able to remember, but I
Follow
can't.
my lead. An expected result.
And the rubble is clear. What does that get us? Loot! Gauntlets. Grenadier's gloves. Using grenades costs 1 AP for the wearer. Enemies suffer 2 additional damage from the wearer's grenades. Nice. I can think of someone I might give those to. He wasn't a little too large to fit them. Dogs really are a man's best friend. Okay, to the rest of Footfall. We're gonna go to Void Dock Alpha Row, go back to the Void Ship briefly, and then we will move back into Footfall, but I want to make sure that we go back to the Void Ship, because that clears all your traumas. So broken wounds, burning, all of that crap, it clears all of it, and that's one thing you do need to learn to do in this game, because if you can't clear it with medkits, which you can usually do later in game, you can always do it there. We are not going to be departing immediately. We're just going to go there real quick, turn right around, go back. It's probably going to make me do some of the side quests, though, first. Which, you know, it is what it is. Ah, there we go. It's that part of it. God damn it, Bella. Stop trying to stab yourself all the time. I swear to God. Woman, you gotta get a handle on that compulsive knife stabbing thingy. It's not healthy, woman. It's not healthy at all. Voxmaster Vigdus, Lord Captain, the inspection of the ship's system is complete. The tech priests are reporting the machine spirits are calm and satisfied. Everything is ready for Onward's travel, except there is an issue you must be made aware of. Cassia makes a quick, nervous gesture, adjusting the ornament over her third eye. I have been studying the records left by the vessel's previous navigator. I wanted to double-check the route to Dargonis and discovered that it does not match the one recorded in the Atlas. It is more than a minor warp fluctuation. The route has been wiped out. It can no longer be used for traveling. To make matters worse, I started checking the paths from the Atlas one after another and saw the same thing everywhere. The warp is roiling with an ominous storm, bursting with vivid and screaming colors. It will not hinder our movement, but all previous knowledge gained is now utterly useless. Argentia angrily chops the air with the side of her palm. Warp storms are our enemies, just like heretics and demons. It is a shame they can't be dispersed with a flame or a bolter. A real shame. Now we can be certain Now we can be certain that problems with astropathic communications in the Coronis Expanse are no coincidence. There is a warp disturbance in your way, Lord Captain. It is swallowing messages and disrupting familiar routes. This means you need to locate the key worlds of the Von Valencia's Protectorate as soon as possible. I am talking about Janus Dargonis and Kieva Gamma. Charting new routes so that they can be reached and restoring control will be the necessary next step. Oh, God. Abelard, what is your opinion? Which world should we deal with first? Abelard strokes his beard for a few seconds before giving a hesitant reply. Rediscovering the Agri-world will supply your protectorate with something none of your servants can do without: sustenance. The importance of basic supply should not be underestimated. Just look at Footfall in its current pitiful state. On the other hand, I am concerned by the rumors concerning Kieva Gamma. There have been no problems on Janus for many years, but something is very wrong with the industrial world right now. Delay may cost us the entire planet. I trust I do not have to explain the capital world. Losing it would make us the laughingstock of the other dynasties. Besides, the loss of chronicles and leaders would spell a bureaucratic catastrophe. So, all three systems are equally vital to the Protectorate. It falls to you to decide which should be brought into the hold before the rest. Lord Captain? Very well, our course is clear. Do my officers have any other issues that require immediate attention? That is all, Lord Captain. The vessel and the crew await your instructions and are ready to depart Footfall immediately should you so desire. I do not, because we have to go do something first. Lord Captain, we are once more within reach of the Von Valencia's Protectorate. Of utmost urgency is restoring communication with your planets and bestowing the wisdom of your decrees upon their stewards, developing colonies, claiming new territories, and establishing trade links. All this is now your privilege and burden. That's great. Shadow Quarters. Except, I'm here to kill heretics, damn it. I'm here to kill heretics, strategically acquire anything that isn't nailed down, and yeah, that's about the size of it. Oh, and potentially collect a new flunky, because look, you gotta catch all the waifus in this game, and potential waifus for various and sundry reasons. It's not like they're not useful, of course. I absolutely want the useful ones too. Oh, that door is the one we have to get into. Okay, where's the overseer? Extermination Brigade Sergeant. What are you doing? Just burning rats and some trash, and some parasites of other sorts. The district's under quarantine, you see. It got hit by something nasty, a disease, or maybe it isn't a disease. Just some bugs and worms, what crawled out of some ship or other. Not true. It's a bit odd that it happened here, and not at the docks, I'll grant you. Things like this usually start there. They even spray this place with some gunk to kill all the bugs and worms, but I guess something slipped through. 2 families in that block that way over there snuffed it, and the Liege wasted no time getting the district surrounded so that nobody could leave. So you don't exactly know what happened in the district. Disease, bugs, or something else. No, we don't. And we don't want to find out. If something nasty's cropped up, the right move is to contain it, kill it with fire, not go in to see why it is and why it's there. Indeed, Natty. Very quiet. And welcome. Good to see you, milady. How exactly did the victim... Oh god, I just did a milady. Don't... Scratch that. Ignore it. God, brain is not braining, and I need more coffee. More coffee. Coffee. 8:33, dear God. What measures have been taken to deal with the problem? You're looking at them. We stand here, burn the foulness, and we've got people standing guard so that no one escapes. Put some mines down, a whole load of them, for the same reasons. The water, the sewers all blocked up to stop any communication getting out. The air's open, I suppose, but the foulness doesn't seem to be airborne. There haven't been any strange deaths outside the district. Well, I appreciated that greatly. Came to make it less quiet. Greatly appreciated. You actually missed a whole lore rant earlier about Hieronymus and his similarities to a certain former High Lord of Terra and head of the Ecclesiarchy. How exactly did the victims die? Who knows? They found them in their hovels, already dead, blue sores on their bodies, and they stank something awful. Which is why the lot of them didn't even risk looting the corpses. Good on them, I guess. Doesn't mean we let them out, of course. Are the people trapped in the quarantine zone being provided with aid of any kind? Oh, of course not. I mean, I heard Reverend Hieronymus praying for their souls, which sounded more like retribution fell upon them, and rightly so. That's the most they could hope for. I wish to enter the quarantine zone. No dice, not gonna happen. We're letting no one in. I'm telling you right now, bribes and intimidation won't work on me, so don't even try. You can file a petition with the liege if you're so desperate. But my advice to you would be to go on your merry way. The void's got plenty of nasty, dangerous holes. You don't have to die in this one in particular. You'll go in and die, and that means I'll have more corpses to burn. He pointedly turns away. Hey, at least he's honest. Alright.
It's about time.
We need to... What's this? The small nook in stone is empty, apart from dust and a few scraps of paper. There's evidence that the cache once had a small door covering it and a locking mechanism. How is your evening and weekend gone? And week gone thus far, Natty? Warehouse. We'll be going in there at some later date.
New challenge for me?
What's this?
Nothing escapes my sight.
The cultist's lair. Ah, there it is. This should be good. Wait, there's two of them? I don't think I've found this before. No, wait, I have found this before. Okay.
O Messiah, grant me the wisdom to proceed.
Oh, that's a lot of traps. Okay. RG.
I'm restless. Let's
Come here.
proceed.
There you
Pay
go.
attention.
Good woman. Good woman.
Duty prevails.
Get rid of that one too.
Never doubt
Thank
me.
you. Now you can go back and join the rest. Well enough, read 2 books, listen to a third, practicing some digital painting. That sounds really cool. I always kind of wanted to get into digital art, but it's just not something I've ever really been able to do.
The
Haven't
Emperor
actually had the
favors me.
resources.
Follow my lead.
At some point I will have to do something with that. Okay. Got all that there. Oh, that's a door. Sounds like you've been productive. Open the doors for us. Guide our way. Beseech our way. We beseech thee, Lord, the edge of daybreak. The edge of daybreak. And there's a siege demon. All right.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Come to chaos!
I'd really rather not, thank you. Hey, Blurred. Right there. Pascal. Back there. God, I love the fight music in this game. It's so good. Henrik's can get back there. Cassia can get right there. And Drake can go fondle himself behind the box over there. Okay.
Doubt is for
Please
the
shoot them all, Boulder.
Strike is a
Excellent.
prayer.
So we are currently on Footfall, Maddie. We're trying to clear out a bit of a cultist problem they have at the moment.
Faith without deeds.
Now, Pete, why are you about to do what you're about to do? You'll see. It actually, there is a method to my madness.
I'll do it.
Okay. He's about to have a very bad time.
Out of my way! I serve the ruin
I abhor it when I have to fight psychers or demons. They're very annoying. Ow.
the road take you.
Okay, first things first. Henrix,
Let's
stab
see
that
to it.
thing, will you? He parried. Of course he did. Well, parry this, you filthy casual.
Naturally.
Good. Dodge. Stay path. Realized I couldn't use the shotgun pistol because Argentia is in the way. Of course, he went and hid in the back, as usual. Him and his filthy chaos pistol. I can't remember if that's actually a chaos relic in this game. Man, Henrix is not very good at blocking. Hopefully that's, okay, can I use this? Yes, I can! I can actually shoot him point blank with a shotgun. If you want to get into it, I can give you some suggestions. I just got over the desire to already be good and just started after 13 years of wanting to learn because, yeah. Well, the main thing with me is I kind of want to be able to eventually be able to make my own assets for the channel. And that would probably be something that would be a lot easier to do if I had some basic digital art skills. Okay. He's dead. Dead, as he belongs. As is only right and proper. Let's get over here. Stab him in the back.
Suits my purposes.
That's good. Stab him again. That's good. Alright. Cultist Sorcerer. Just move back here. I'd love to hear your suggestions, Maddie, because
Already done.
that is actually something I have some interest in. Quite a bit of interest in fact. Alright. Okay. Walk over there. And smack the Chaos Demon. Upside the head, please. That's good. Actually, switch that to that round and shoot him. And miss. Of course you're going to miss, Pascal. You can't ever hit things, can you?
Victory is
Why are you always that way? Why are you always so useless? Hit him with a gigantic hammer. Again.
It will be done.
Endure. Wait, one. Cassia. Actually, you're gonna move all the way up here.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
And I'm gonna have you make the cultist leader explode.
Me?
At least partially.
Captain.
Argenta, that, and that, please.
Doubt is for the weak.
Sword,
Faith without deeds is worthless.
4 damage, not bad. And I can hit him again.
I'll do it.
That may be more of a design kind of thing, but I have more free Photoshop alternatives that aren't just poo. I'm using one that works on both my tablet and my PC, so I can hop between the two. Interesting.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
That's a good hit. Oh, there's a living Chaos Cultist over there. And he's up. Let's kill him. Possible. Making him go away would be a very useful thing. It's good. Shotgun that, man.
Let's see to it.
Yeah, no. I'm not gonna let that. I'm not gonna let that slide.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Hit him again.
Let's see to it.
But I'm not sure how it would be for graphic designs. Use on any of these? Nope. Switch back over. Good dodge there. Okay, first things first. We're gonna go up here. We'll run over and poke him vigorously. And then we're going to stab him in the back.
All too easy.
Just for grins and giggles. And then we're going to run up here.
Let's see how they respond to this. Nothing I can't do.
Hit endure. Hold. Pascal. Then I want you to... with that. And then hit him with that. Ah, there we go. Plenty of damage.
A tactically sound approach. At your beck and call.
18 damage.
It will be done.
Good. Okay. Scowl. Cassia. Back there.
Isn't this a job for
Again.
themselves?
First things first. Switch over to that.
I'm not
That.
accustomed to being ordered around.
Suits my purpose.
Ooh. It's gonna sting, isn't it, buddy?
Forge ahead.
Poke him in the rear. Or actually the front in your case. And then shoot him. 14 damage, not great, not terrible. Could be worse, could be better. Forgot how tanky Zinj demons are. It's kind of annoying. Ooh. Ouch.
I won't object to it.
Parry.
Naturally.
Parry this, you filthy casual.
Already done.
Oh, he's drawing power from the demon. Okay.
I shall not fear. All too easy.
Pascal, be a good fellow and hit him with your very large hammer. Well, axe in your case. There we go. There's those two down. Blue horror hurt. Ow.
My place is at the fore.
Switch weapon sets.
At your beck and call.
That's kind of bullcrap video game.
Victory is imminent. Someone else can do this.
Okay.
Hydraulics are failing.
Oh yeah, he's getting torn up good and proper.
Emperor, give me strength.
Time to do the funny over here.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
There we go. Much better.
Your life is in negative.
Much, much better. Okay. Held in my gaze on that one. Good.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the
Does she
fire
have...
in
No,
my
she
heart.
doesn't have that upgrade yet. Okay. Okay, that's a good hit. Good hits, good hits.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Over there and poke him.
None can escape the Emperor's
Oh,
judgment.
there he is. Okay. There's our Chaos Cultist leader. Argentia rushes to the last living cultist and silently, furiously punches him in the face. Blaspheming heretic, who were you praying to? I know those words that call to a lore. Argentia doesn't get to finish. The cultist, having dropped to his knees, interrupts her with grating, rasping laughter. Of course you know them. I recognize you too, lackey to the corpse on the throne. Haven't you already experienced the power of the true God? Didn't you flee from us shedding tears? Argentia recoils as if struck from a blow, but then steps forward, grabs the cultist by the scruff of the neck, and makes him look into her eyes, burning like embers. I am one of the Adeptus Sororitas, and I have never, not once, fled in my life from heretics and betrayers of mankind. Argentia, wait, the heretic must be interrogated. What do you want to know, servant of the corpse emperor? The names of my brethren, how many of us there are, where we are. I will tell you myself. We are myriad and we are everywhere. Soon, very soon, you will hear our voices, and when you hear them at your back, so close you can feel our breath, then you will know the power of the true God. Just how many vermin are you? Are there? First Reichad Minoris, now here. Pascal pulls a number of the instruments out of his robe. You would bet your life that the purpose of these items isn't to disassemble machines. He says casually, should you encounter difficulties during the information extraction process, I would recommend precise targeting of the ganglia. The cultist leader chuckles arrogantly, but pales under Pascal's calmly probing gaze. How do you know Argentia? Have you seen her on Footfall before? Not on Footfall. In another place, she flew right in like a bird into a snare. Argentia is staring at the cultist, her eyes wide as if against her will she whispers two words. Salus Prime. Argentia, what is he talking about? She snaps out of it, as if emerging from a reverie. A planet, a place, it doesn't matter. I know these heretics. I fought them and was gravely wounded, but I swear I never turned from them and ran. She turned to the cultist, her eyes filled with cold fury. If you truly have seen me on Salus Prime, someone among you must know a way to get there. Do you have your own ship, a navigator? Answer me. Ships, maps, roads, and doors, we have them all. But our paths are not for you. The true God spins his web, and you are all but a fly caught in it. But where is the spider? The cultist's eyes fill with madness. I need something coherent. Rogue trader, we won't get anything from this madman. As for me, my part in the story, I will tell it, but not here, not in his presence. Who is this true God you keep mentioning? These are my fun tools. Fun for me, not for you. Indeed. You'll know in time. The cultist gives you a wicked smile, painted with fresh blood on his lips. End him, Argentia. You can kill me, servant of the corpse emperor, but you can't stop the victories of the true God. The edge of daybreak is nigh, and the hour of his triumph approaches. Silence hangs for a minute. Then Argentia turns to you and shrugs nonchalantly. That's it. We filled Reverend Hieronymus's request, which means I am now free. I can continue my travels with you, rogue trader. Before we leave this den, let us round up what remains of these blasphemers. I would like to cleanse this place with purifying flame, but perhaps we can find clues that might tell us where these heretics came from, or if there are any more of their associates. We need to talk, but it can wait. Let's meet on the ship when it's time to depart Footfall. Always good to have an Inquisitor along for stuff like that. Yeah,
None shall stand in my way.
The thing is, Natty, I'm reminded of a scene from a certain movie. I don't know if anyone in the audience has seen Law-Abiding Citizen. I'm sure that, Law-Abiding Citizen, I'm sure Aerodale has. But I'm reminded of a certain scene from that movie. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, yes, please. Where the dude is, taking a fellow apart.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
And, yeah, it makes me think of that scene. Whenever I see a torture scene in a game or a movie, I'm immediately reminded of that, because that's just one of those movies that's like, bro. Look, I get punishing people, but this is a bit excessive, don't you think? Okay. Okay, Gift of Torment. Merciless Verdict. Merciless Verdict. Give him Devastating Attack. She can have Kick. Ooh. Ooh. Glimpse of Fear or Inspire. Ooh. Zone of Fear. All creatures within the 12-cell radius. All creatures in the area of effect must pass a willpower resistance test or immediately move out of the zone. If they are stunned or immobilized, the movement triggers attacks of opportunity from the navigator's allies who have passed the resistance test or are outside of the zone. Ooh. I know that one is good. I've used it before. So many good ones. I'm gonna pick Strong Point. Yeah, that one's good. Okay. Pain Resonance. So our abilities will stack up against each other. Pascal's in mine. First Soul, Biomancy, Telepathy, Divination. Can I make him Psyker Majoris? Okay, we'll just keep him at there. Psyker Majoris. We can't make him Psyker Terminus yet, but he is now a Majoris Psyker. He's probably around, I would say.
Victory
At this
awaits.
point, he is Delta, high Gamma, low Delta. So Psychers in the Imperium have their power measured by Latin letters. So alpha and letters plus the plus or minus a symbol. So an alpha plus Psyker is a Psyker who is excessively powerful. The most powerful Psychers in 40K are the most powerful normal mortal Psychers, let me clarify, are Alpha Plus. Nearly every Eldar Farseer is an Alpha Plus Psyker. Among humans, the usual range you're going to find is like low beta to down around, what's the one? So there's alpha, beta, delta, gamma. There's a couple ones below that. It's basically from alpha to pretty far down the alphabet. I forget the whole thing of the Latin alphabet. It's late. Sue me.
A new challenge for me.
Okay. Anver Kingpin, the man with a shaggy mop of dark hair, is dressed and armed about as well as everyone else in here, and yet he is unmistakably the leader. He takes a step towards you, he chuckles. He spreads his arms wide in a welcoming gesture. Epsilon. So most humans are super weak psychers. That's changing due to the psychic awakening that is going on. But there's also such a thing as nulls, but we'll talk about them later. What a joy it is to see you in my humble refuge. I see you've come here to be introduced to the truth, which you will choose, then words or fire or metal. You already know the answer, heretic. Argentia clasps her weapon. Abelard, would you kindly inform this bandit vermin that we've come to execute him? If you have more to say, then say it. I will. Your time is past, all of you bureaucrats, the Casbalica mission. Rogue traders, conceited aristocracy, and other worthless trash. All of you will soon burn. Do you even know what our name means, outsiders? Epsilon took some physics. It's all Greek to me. That was bad, and it's funny. But yeah, most humans are like super. I'll just stop and explain it right here. Most humans are not very powerful psychers. Like, most humans have some latent psychic energy. They have the ability to, for example, feed the Emperor with their faith, which is their latent psychic power. But there are certain people who are, once you start getting into like upper ranges, like the first couple letters of the alphabet, delta, gamma, all of that, all of those Greek letters, like delta, gamma, alpha, beta, all of those are like those are like powerful psychers. And if it has plus next to it, that means that they are at the jump off point from going from one letter up to the next. So most powerful psychers you're generally going to meet are alpha plus. But the normal range of psychers is like from beta plus to like low delta. Gideon Ravener is high delta, so he's like delta plus approaching gamma normally. With the augments he gets later, which I won't go into, he's high gamma. Gregor Eisenhorn is a gamma, or is actually more like delta or beta. He's pretty high powered as far as psychers go. So yeah, psychers, that's how psychers work as far as like how they're classified. Footfall calls us the Anvers. They do not stop to look, listen, learn. The man pauses, then half closes his eyes, and proclaims in crude but clear High Gothic, Auxilio non vinet, help will not come. The maw has closed, the Coronis expanse is on its own now. A new era has come, and we are its sovereigns. No, you're not. Not even once. And there goes the...
Bow before me. Show them no mercy.
Okay, Cassia can move up. We need to get everyone moved as far up into this mess as possible. 10 wounds per round. That's gonna suck. There are also negative psychers, but we won't talk about those tonight, because those are kind of complicated.
These ruby flashes are choking me.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
That's good. Knocked them down good and hard.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Okay, he's been made significantly tougher.
The enemies of the
I need
Emperor
to move
will
up
be
there
undone.
and poke him. Just once. Thank you.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Guided by faith.
And then,
I'll do it. As the
Stab
Emperor
him.
commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Hold on.
good parry there. Oh, that had to hurt. Whacked him with that big old staff of hers.
Don't frighten me.
My tactics are flawless.
He with the biggest shotgun wins. Ooh. So that's a little unfair because I'm the only guy with a shotgun here who really knows how to use it, apparently.
Suits my
Pascal, have that,
purposes.
please. And I'm going to run over there and poke the man with the...
Already done.
Ooh, that had to stink. Now, Abelard.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. It will be done. I took care of this
Good
one.
hit.
Reduced to done.
Ooh,
For Von Valencia.
that would have sucked.
Follow my lead.
Sucks to be you, buddy.
At your beck and call. Indeed.
Let's make it quick.
Okay. Parry. Hit him again. Good. Ooh, they're lining up good for Pascal there. He's about to have a really rough time. Oh yeah, that's painful.
Let's get to it.
He only gets one attack though, that's nice. Okay, Pascal.
My vow is to summon functions successfully terminated. Request approved.
People who hate him are retarded. Pascal is awesome.
Focus, Van Kellogg's. Focus.
Good boy.
For the throne's glory.
Forgot how awesome he is. Henrik's really is a good character.
Let's get to it. Out my way.
A good dodge from Cassia there. And she smacked that one too. She's getting really good at that. Her attacks of opportunity are absolute fire. Okay.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
We've got to get that killed off so we can get rid
If
of
I
the
may.
poison here. You would be
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
so good as to
Isn't
poke
this
him,
a job
please.
for the serfs?
Good woman.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I will endure.
Ventilation is on. Okay, so we're no longer being poisoned as much.
Doubt is for
Poke
the
him.
weak.
And then shoot him.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Scorn the pain.
Let's see how they
Oh, you have
respond
fire,
to
don't
this.
you? Now that's just rude, young man.
Suits my purposes.
Hey, Blard.
Attack the sound approach. It will be done.
Okay, taunting scream. That way we've got his full and undivided attention. And he is going to have a really hard time getting past Abelard's being busted. Ow. It's a little annoying.
The scriptural prophecy desire condemns you. Heavy is the tread of his faithful. The undesired knows, comprehends.
21 damage, not bad at all.
Let's see to it. Your reckoning is due.
He's down.
I won't object to it. Be gone.
Good.
I'll see our foes obliterated.
There is no Veil Degradation right at the moment, so we're going to have him use an ability.
Your reckoning is due.
Ooh.
Everyone, step aside.
Ow.
Naturally.
That's good. This is most
I'll
of what we're
put my
gonna
psychic
do
abilities
with
to
him.
use.
Hit him with that.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Ablard. And your very sharp axe
I
would be
will do my duty.
great use here.
It will be done. Victory is imminent.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Poke him in the side.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Okay, and we're gonna bolt
Doubt
back
is
to the
for the
corner
weak.
here.
Show me what you've got.
Dodged it effectively. Stab the
Not a
wretched little
problem
fiend.
for me.
Adelblard.
It will be done. I will do my duty. I took care of this one.
And it's clear. Room is clear. Clear, clear, clear. Loot time. Loot, 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 loot. Okay.
Follow my lead.
Thankfully, they actually have plenty of it. A lot of it's crap. Some of it's really good, though. Okay, what we got back here in the back? It's here. We'll have to look over what we've got picked up. This. Got a lot of things that can be trashed and turned into goods. Traded off for RP. Reputation points, in this case. Not research points.
It's about time.
War Thunder. Oh, this one's all off alone by its lonesome. Shotgun. Okay. Scrap chainmail, add to cargo. Chainmail, add to cargo. Black armor isn't very good. Add that to cargo as well. Armored body glove, add to cargo. Carapace chestplate, add to cargo. Flak vest can be equipped. 25% armor, not very good. That to cargo as well. Flak armor, much better. Mesh vest, add to cargo. They're already in armor, we'll keep. I love how badass he looks. Okay, what were these boots we picked up? Adrenaline boots. At the start of the wearer's turn, they gain 20 plus dodge until the end of the round. Nice. Who would those best go to? Probably Enrix. Which would look pretty cool. Okay. I think we also got a new chainsword. What was, Yep, that's better than what I've currently got. And it looks better, too. 12 to 16% damage, plus 10% parry, -2 enemy weapon skill when hit. Nice. Some solid debuffs right there.
I'll lay claim
And buffs.
to the stars.
Very solid. I approve. You have quite the collection. Eclectic. I approve. It is very personal to me. I had gathered. Okay. Clear there. Can't clear there. Let's go to... That is... There we go. That is our ultimate destination. Ah. The Martyr's Endurance.
Victory awaits!
What have we got here?
Oh my, this place has so many colors. Every shade I can imagine is floating in the air.
And floating in a lot of other places, but we won't go into that too much. Under the floor you can see the remains of the void ship's life support system. It seems that whoever dismantled the vessel decided just to leave it in place. That's a decision. Makes sense. I mean, this literally is just a bunch of
to the art of exploring.
pile of void vessels
None shall stand in my way.
strung together. Okay. Goodies there. I am looking for a specific individual.
My success is an irrefutable certainty. Operation operation.
The menu of the Adeptus Amescius looks eerily similar.
For me?
And it's gone. Damn it. Okay. Where is Dummy? Where did she get off to? Dummy! Dummy, where are you, Dummy? And why must you always be such a chore to hunt down, woman?
It's about time.
I swear to them. By the 9 divines.
The machine god grants me insight.
Is it over on this side of things? There is no magic system, it's a psychosis system.
You have no idea.
You could
I
say.
just might. That's the second bottle you've downed.
Jai Hidari. Falco sends his regards.
And what does that unholy scion of a Grox and a Brahan want from me this time? Oh, wait, I don't really care. My sole plans for tonight are drowning my grief in a sea of Amasak.
We'll give you grief, all right. Get out!
Don't think so, Ashmag. And tell Falco to come himself next time.
Men would go to
Sorry,
war
I am
over a woman
tired
like
of your
that.
Mess. Ow! Get some sleep. We'll talk about settling up later.
Okti Shireen, light of my eyes. Can't you see my soul is full of sadness? Have you no heart at all? Let go of your material concerns and let me grieve in peace. Have we met somewhere before?
Ah, Jay Hidari. An utterly loose cannon and a very useful retinue member if you're feeling generous. Yes, we are picking this one up too. I collect weirdos like stray dogs. That is one of the key goals of this playthrough, to collect as many companions as possible and keep them as alive as possible. It is definitely a decision I'm going to make. The woman looks at you with the glassy eyes of a drunk, and you notice the 2 empty bottles that had been keeping her company before you arrived. She looks completely out of place in this dingy, smoky bar, the fancy attire, the abundance of jewelry, the implants plated with precious metals. Her appearance not only screams wealth, but also audacity, for only an audacious person would flaunt their wealth in a place like this.
Greetings, Shireen. With whom do I have the honor of speaking?
I am Drake, trade envoy of House von Valencius.
Well then, here's to our meeting. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that you're someone special, since you've been granted an audience with the Liege of Footfall himself. It's always a pleasure to make the acquaintance of someone powerful. And the timing couldn't be better. Jai Hidari at your service. Professional trader, shrewd commercial broker, and, may he steal my tongue if I'm lying, the most honest dealer on Footfall. Nonetheless, we
You're
all
not
have
entirely
our
being
problems,
a liar here.
and at times even one's many merits aren't enough to solve them. Perhaps it would be no trouble for a person with your kind of power and standing to assist someone with my kind of predicament.
It's so weird. It's so weird. It's like a weird, bastardly mesh of, like, sort of kind of Irish, but also like Spanish mixed in there, and it is a mindfuck and a half to try and pull off.
I have heard a great deal about how open-minded the members of the von Valancius dynasty are, and Lady Theodora especially.
She's a cold trader, a smuggler who deals in Xenos artifacts. Apart from this heresy, I know of no other grave crimes committed by her.
In other words, she's exactly the kind of person we want for this playthrough.
You see, Shireen, there's one cardinal rule on Footfall. Anything goes as long as it doesn't get in the way of business. I'm someone who's been able to exploit that rule to the fullest. And in recent years, I've hit it so big, I've become a speck of sand in someone's green eye. They used to throw small wrenches into my dealings here and there. Well, now they've decided to really put their backs into it. Some rats stolen my cargo and dragged it off to the seediest part of the Shadow Quarters. A crummy place even for connoisseurs of Footfall's unique atmosphere. When I asked the Liege for protection, we had a mutual misunderstanding. I believe Vladium, in a most lamentable fashion, has forgotten his duties as guardian of the downtrodden and wronged. So I'm in desperate need of a new one. And you, Shireen, fit the bill perfectly. All I need is for you to drop by one dark corner of Footfall Shadow Quarters and pound it into the thieves' heads that taking Haydari's property carries certain risks.
Commerce has succeeded. Hadari appears to be a serious operator on Footfall. The Liege's refusal to help means the loss of a potential ally, so Jay is encroaching on his turf. If Vladim is not responsible for the disappearance of Jay's cargo, he will certainly benefit greatly from it. I wish to ask you a few questions before I decide.
Ask as many as you wish, Shireen. Trust is the key to a successful endeavor.
Also, knowing just how much shit you're about to step in is a good policy in life. You know. Sure, you could be stepping off the back of that truck into a muddy pit, or you could be stepping off the back of the truck into a pit full of pig pens, which is a significantly less pleasant experience, let me tell you. What can you offer in terms of payment?
A fair deal, Shireen. If your heart desires, we'll split the recovered cargo 50-50. That will be fair. But if goods of incredible rarity do not interest you, then I'll make it worth your while with some bonds equal in value to a couple of full holds. Of course, I am aware that my personal means cannot compare to yours, Shireen, so I do not hope to impress you with money. But I can offer something else. My boundless knowledge. Surely you will appreciate the services of an expert on trading operations. Where I'm from, they call this kind of deal wisdom selling.
And she also sinks her teeth into her wabbayos, which is very weird. Like, her accent is just, what the fucking land.
You truly know how to do business, Shireen. You demand payment before giving an answer because you're aware of the weakness of my position. I respect that. And I don't know if it's the alcohol talking or just a feeling I have, but I want to take that risk with you.
That particular phrase could be interpreted in an awful lot of ways.
True jewels are meant to be held in the hands of the worthiest, Shireen. Please, accept this humble gift.
Oh, uh-oh. Alright, I'll help you.
May the Exalted One bless you and your progeny. Then here's what we'll do. We shouldn't be seen together before we make it to the safe house. I'll head there first. I'll take my own special route so I won't be spotted. Right. Here, that's where those ashmags are keeping the stolen cargo. Out the bar, over the bridge, and to the left. There, in the depths, you'll find a small courtyard, through which you can get to the place. I'll be waiting nearby. You can come when it suits you, but the sooner you do, the better. I'll see you then, Shireen.
Alright, with that out of the way, we need to, acquire the things in this place that are, useful. And believe me, there are a lot of things that we can use. Okay. Where is the back room? I always get turned around in this place a little bit. There is a back room to this joint. Ah, there it is.
Follow my lead.
I'm here to make a trade with a certain individual who I think chat will like a lot. She will give you a lot of goodies. She's actually... Oh god, this is the scene. Well, the thing is, I've actually, like... I know a Ukrainian lady, and the accent to Russians is very similar. It's very weird. And her accent doesn't sound like that. Like, it's got this weird mix of a bunch of different things just piled together in this amalgamation that just... Ugh.
Victory awaits!
Oh, and he's stuck standing up.
There.
The upholstery of the dirty sofa moves slightly. A soft hissing can be distinctly heard from the depths of the furniture. There is something in there, isn't there? Dear God. Mastercrafted power model. I'll take that. But yes, Jay is actually a very useful individual. She's a bit insufferable at times. She's one of those, I'm the smartest thing in the room people.
A new challenge for me?
It's not complete bluster if you can back it up. Polish? Not really. The woman looks to be in her 40s, and she is surveying you with interest. Her right eye appears almost black against her dusky skin, while her left eye emits a greenish light filtered through the smudged lens of a prosthesis. Her arms are tattooed all the way from the base of her shoulders to her knuckles. Looking for something specific you're buying, or maybe selling? Don't be shy. Just ask. Old Rezia knows all kinds of folks. My boys will fetch you anything your heart desires. That's what you have to offer. Fellowship of the Void. Ah. Handy dandy good old boys. I love my space pirates. A group that is actually somewhat useful. Possibly, but she doesn't... I don't know. Not going to use that. We're going to use that, that. And we'll wait on that trade. Okay, thank you. And there is more loot back here in the corner, if I remember correctly. I do remember correctly.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Gemstones and Adeptus Mechanicus creations. Okay. Let's break that open, and we will move on with the next part of the story. Onward we go. Down, down the hole we go to heal our hearts and drown our woe. Shadow quarters. I actually did not get Jay as a companion on my first playthrough. Like, I just completely spaced her existence. Like, didn't even think about it. I was like, oh yeah, that character exists. Walks off. It's like, failed quest. Ooh. Okay. Oh, alrighty then.
It's about time.
Game, please. Okay, just because I hit the spacebar. Everything's fine. Okay. There's the warehouse we need to go to. There are a lot of goodies in here that can be looted. Not a bad fight either. Unless I manage to avoid it somehow. And this is where you see Jay has a tendency to pick up things that would make most Inquisitors very, very nervous. Far more dangerously, trigger happy. That sword on her back is not human in origin.
Captain, do you think this enterprise is wise? I wouldn't be surprised if this all turns out to be a trap.
Trap?
I
Not
concur
necessarily.
with Master Viserion. This place reminds me of the maintenance modules on Urak 5. All the colors are so grubby.
Okay, they're gonna need us to go clear that before we do so.
Submit, and you'll die.
No, they're not.
Crush them.
Oh, that combat servitor. That's worrisome. We need to pin him up in there as quickly as possible. They can be cleared out relatively quickly. She needs to go behind cover. Hey, Blurred. Okay, Henrix. Walk over here and stab both of these people, please.
Gone.
That's actually a pretty good start to things.
Here we go. Hold on.
Ow. Exploding barrels suck.
Let's make it quick.
Dude. Right. First things first. Forgot about the combat servitors, man. Those things are annoying.
Nothing I can't.
That's good.
All too easy.
Scowl, take that, please. Endurance.
Already done.
Sounds like me when I sneeze. Dodge. Good.
Let's get to it.
Killed his own dude. That's excellent. Parry from our man Henrix. Ooh, that's gonna suck. Dodges. Very sweet. That's not so cool. I would rather they didn't do that. He's just stunning Argenta, which is bad, but not that bad.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
I want to try and keep as many people out of the
It will be
toxic
done.
fumes as possible. Ooh.
Indeed. At your beck and call.
If I may, do not dare ask.
Okay, I won't.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Not a problem for me.
Good. Knocked him down. If we can just keep that up, that would be great. Dodge from Pascal there is good. Uh-oh. Fighting bounty hunter sucks. That's what he is.
Let's get to it.
Okay.
Vengeance will be swift.
He hurt his own guys a lot more than me. Taking damage off of that one. Very good.
Let the cycle be discontinued.
Dandy.
Out of my way.
It's a lot of chemicals.
Here we go.
I half expect that guy to start asking me for Yorkshire tea. Let's not stab our own dude. That would be probably annoy him. And he's dead. It's good.
Hold on. Let's make it quick.
And there goes Jay's assistant.
Forge ahead!
She went down faster than a conservative thought on Elon Musk. Okay.
Nothing I can't do.
I'm probably going to hell for that joke, but I couldn't resist.
Enjoy your luck while you still draw breath.
Let's get to it. I won't go down easy.
Dude, your voice, man.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Did something bad happen to you as a child?
Worse.
It is.
I have no idea what happened there. Give me a second, chat. There we go. Much better. Sorry. Sorry. Hit the wrong button. Good lord. We're back. We're back. Sorry about that.
One fewer target.
Okay.
Victory is imminent. Reduced to dust.
Hey, I have the occasional capacity for a biting remark or two.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I try to be careful about how much I do it because I have been told that I can be a real a-hole occasionally.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Okay, more than occasionally, but let's not get into that.
Suits my purpose. You didn't stand a chance.
In the name of House Orcelio,
There, have a free
I shall
turn.
prevail.
As the Emperor commands, each strike is a prayer. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak.
I know
Lord,
what I'm
this gal.
doing, usually.
Okay, first, Argenta, move up there and heal that man. Oh, you can't. Oh, that's not good.
As the Emperor commands, my eyes token.
This is what we call
I'll
a
do
less
it.
than ideal situation.
I will endure. Faith without
Poke him,
deeds is worthless.
please. Okay, you're still alive.
Integrity factor
Heal,
increased.
and kill that thing.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Let's get to it. Out of my way.
I need your aegis, O Emperor.
The Emperor is on our side.
Henrik, heal
Stand
her,
still.
Ministration is a holy task.
and poke him.
Holy terror, smite your enemies.
charge up here and poke that man.
My time is now.
Stab that man in the nads vigorously.
Nothing of value has been lost.
What a mess. Thank the throne we didn't come here with just the three of us. Shut up and get moving, Core. We need to open the passage into the tunnels and let our guys in. Jay, on your signal. Not a trap of the traditional type. 2, 3, 5. Thanks the Exalted One. These Ashmags didn't have time to make off with anything yet. Jay carefully inspects the containers emblazoned with markings from some unknown freight porter, then smiles and touches the comm bead in her ear. Give me 2 minutes, Shireen. I'll send the coordinates to my loyal crew who will deliver my property somewhere safe. And done. Jay removes her hand from her ear and turns to you. We're good. Now, how about relocate to a more pleasant and private space to discuss the details of our deal, specifically payment for your efforts. I hope your vaunted wisdom is worth all of this trouble. Jay opens her mouth to reply when you hear the sound of many footsteps behind you. Vladim's agents, stop right there in the name of the Liege. The pale-skinned man in grimy clerical robes glances at you and immediately falls to his knees obsequiously. Your Excellency, please forgive my vehemence. Most noble Drake, I never expected to encounter such eminent persons in this corner of Footfall. Most noble Excellency. Jay purses her lips and shoots you a most confused look. Vladim's agent. I am Vladim Tokaran's personal agent. The man hesitates, choosing his words carefully. I came here to remove from criminal circulation a shipment, the distribution of which is banned in the lands of Footfall, horrendous xeno-heresy that has been fraudulently delivered to a bastion of the Holy Imperium. He looks at Jay. I do not merely doubt for a minute, most noble Drake, that your presence here is merely a misunderstanding brought about by another's manipulations. It is too great a coincidence that the Liege's representatives should arrive in the Shadow Quarters just after Jay has recovered her rightful spoils. It seems that the guard reported the problems with the shipment over Vox, and not just to anyone, but to the Liege's personal agent. Vladim Takara knew about this shipment from the start and planned to take it for himself and get rid of Jay if he could. Behold, the grubby, underhanded struggle between cold traders, and had it not been for your impromptu deal struck with her, Vladim might have succeeded. This cargo belongs to the Von Valencius dynasty. Is Lord Takara trying to encroach upon the property of a rogue trader? No, no, your lordship. I beg you to forgive this wretched serf. A terrible misunderstanding. 1,000 apologies. I won't disturb you further. No, you won't. Jay watches him hurry away, then looks at you. I wish I could see Vladim's face when he finds out he almost stepped on one of the toes of the most powerful people in the Expanse. Listen, Drake, I'm genuinely sorry about this confusion. Vladim and I have had our difficulties, but I never thought he'd want to clean me out and do away with me in some dark corner, at least not so soon. If he hadn't agreed to our deal, Shireen, my gang and I already would be floating in orbit around one of Footfall's asteroids. This is some serious assholery. A level of backstabbery not usually seen outside of, well, Imperial nobility. There it happens a lot. Or on Necromunda. But on Necromunda, the gangs and the government are kind of the same thing, so it's a whole mess. And yes, my shipment contains Xeno artifacts, possession of which is death sentence for a commoner, but you, Shireen, do not strike me as a commoner. If I told you directly, you would have become, shall we say, complicit, but since those illicit words did not escape my lips, you would merely be agreeing to help an unfortunate soul, me, to recapture a few containers. My sincerest wish to protect you from any unnecessary trouble, Shireen. I swear by the Exalted One, and I do hope that this, misunderstanding will not affect our future cooperation. This statement is true, with the exception that you yourself are an uneducated layman and a thief who ought to stay away from the technological perversities of non-humans. I am now requesting your preventative disposal. Uneducated me, I've held things in my hand that you cog, for your brains, can only dream of in your oil-soaked fantasy. Oh, hold on. Wait, did she just literally call him a toaster fucker? I think she did. Stop hiding behind piety and law. You're simply defending your clique's monopoly on anything and everything of interest and monetary value. I'll be merciful and give you a choice, heretic. You can atone for your deplorable crimes against the Imperium through your service to House von Valancius, or you can die where you stand. Every business relationship has its quirks. If you want to call the shots, I don't mind. I'll gladly serve for the good of the Imperium as long as it keeps my head on my shoulders. That you will. You sully the von Valancius name by inviting people like her into your retinue. I don't want to hear it. I know what a good old lady Theodora was up to, Adelblard. You will hold your tongue, young man. Lord Captain, the decision is yours, but do not be surprised if unsavory rumors start to spread on Footfall. I don't care about what rumors spread on Footfall. It really doesn't matter to me. It is a strange circle you are forming around yourself, rogue trader. Oh, just you wait and see, my dear sweet Argenta. The people we are about soon to be associating with will have your head exploding from your shoulders. Sister Argentia, I've heard all about your deeds on Football, but I never would have guessed there was an angelic beauty behind all the idle gossip. While we're at it, Shireen, when were you going to reveal your true identity to me? I am indefinitely flattered by your attention, but if I had known I was talking to a rogue trader, not an envoy of one, I would have shown some decorum. I wanted to talk like normal people do. For a man of my status, it is a rare treat. It is so human. Your lordship. I guess people at the top have a lot in common with regular folk than some people think. Either way, I'm willing to join your retinue. From now on, my knowledge and my experience are entirely at your disposal. That they are. Oh, and one more thing. If you're interested in a rather lucrative offer, one that can give the von Valancius protectorate a leg up, I'd say now isn't the time but to be thinking about such things. But once we get back to your ship, perhaps you could spare me a minute, Shireen. Profit factor gain 2. Money. Quote one of the best George C. Scott movies. What are you in this for? In it for greed, my boy. In it for greed.
My faith shields me.
And there we go. We're gonna loot all this crap, and we are going to get out of here, and we will be leaving this wretched hive of scum and villainy for our primary target. Yes, we are going to a most wretched world. Nasty little... Okay, it's a world that is actually really pretty, but
weakness.
Yeah, its residents, I have issues with its residents. For a lot of reasons. Firstly, because they are terribly self-righteous. Secondly, because they are terribly self-important. Thirdly, because they think they are literally the best thing since sliced bread. And fourthly, because they are responsible for every bad thing that has ever happened in 40K period, and they take no responsibility for it. Every bad thing, Pete? Yes, every bad thing. From basically the beginning of recorded history to present is all their fault. Like the UK. No, you see, unlike the UK, like, you can't blame the evolution of the dinosaurs on the UK. These people, you can blame the evolution of a lot of things on these people. These people did some very, very naughty things, like, murder fucking a dark god into existence. Fans of 40K will know immediately who I'm talking about. People who aren't fans of 40K, well...
A new challenge for me?
Wait, what was that? Oh, there is a box over here. You're about to get a deep introduction to one of the most insufferable species in all of science fiction history. Not useless, just insufferable.
None shall stand in my way.
Is my observance.
And stealing things is mine. I mean, acquiring things through, special acquisitive, methods. Alright, it is 97% of the way loaded. Onward. Onward and upward. On to our true destination. The rest of Footfall. And here we are. Imperator Omnivis.
Victory awaits.
I would kind of expect that to say, like something more along the line of, Gloria Deus Imperator, but it doesn't, so that's kind of retarded. That works too. Okay, we're, okay, Kievagama refugee. This is the last little bit of things we need to get done. The refugees from Kievagama are looking at you, some with apprehensive frowns, some with unconcealed gratitude. You are hurling accusations at your masters. This is a sign of treason, and it must be punished accordingly. Do you realize this? Please have mercy. A few idiots among us shouted some things. That's all. We shut them up ourselves already. It was their grief and fear talking. Please don't punish the rest of us for it. Okay. Vituperation directed at the Adeptus Mechanicus was likewise registered. Denial is meaningless. Iconoclast, you are pardoned. You may board my ship and continue to serve the Von Valencius dynasty. Their eyes beam. Praise be to the Emperor. We're saved and pardoned. We'll do as we're told. We won't say another word. Good boys. You'll be good little saves, working away your lives in the bowels of my ship for all eternity. I mean, what? No,
I'll lay claim to the stars.
We need to get back to the Void Ship Bridge, and we're jumping out of this shithole. On to the next system. Onward and upward. See, you can't see what my hand is doing, which is probably a very good thing. Otherwise, YouTube might get mad at me. I was pointing with a finger. I promise. Oh. Here we go. Coronis Expanse map. We shall go forth and fear no darkness. Alright, time to open yield warp map. Chart new routes for Bundus. Oh, that's a lot of planets. Sato's Tomb. Safe. Oh, goodness. Hey, I could make an Elon, you know... Yeah, let's not do that. YouTube will definitely get mad at me if I do that. The Roman salute has been around a very long time, and it's actually in common use in the Imperium at this point, but, among the Astra Militarum, that is. And the Space Marines. Well, Ultramarines. But then again, they are Space Romans. Oh, God. Lord Captain, if I may request your attention for a moment, I must report a series of highly dangerous violations that have taken place in the fuel compartment. The Master-at-Arms is ignoring my demands, and I am thus forced to appeal directly to you. The fuelers have founded a sect of some kind. This group practices fire worship of the Emperor and has been burning promethium near the fuel lines. I beg you to stop this madness before we all go up in flames. Promethium, next to the fuel lines. You know what this reminds me of, chat? Fun little excerpt of retarded things Pete did in the past. So, actually, no, I'm not gonna tell that story tonight. Yeah, let's not do that. That story would, that story would show just how retarded I was way, way back in the day. I should point out that there has been no incident in the fuel compartment so far, and that the beliefs of this sect do not affect the obedience of the workers or their efficiency in any way. All assemblies are conducted strictly after hours, with the permission of their superiors. However, if you find their practices unacceptable, we will put a stop to them immediately. Does the ecclesiarchy recognize this cult, or is it considered heretical? This is a matter beyond my purview. Let Confessor Adalbert be the judge of such business. Yeah, I'm not. I thought better of that one at the last moment. I was like, I could tell that's not a story I should tell. Confessor Adalbert, a plump, rosy-cheeked man. Old man steps forward, his voice deep and sonorous. The Emperor protects your lordship. I can assure you that there is no heresy festering in the fuel compartment. The sect of the fire prophecies has been tested for purity and found to be in accordance with the creed. Their leader, who calls himself the Oracle of Fire, is devout and submissive to his servants. They do not twist the sacred teachings, and as for their chosen forms of worship, these are neither rare nor remarkable. Many such minor cults exist in the Imperium, with the full approval of the ecclesiarchy. Not that young, and thankfully not that retarded anymore. There was a time when I was... Look, I was a little special. Does this fire cult really make prophecies? At least he and his flock believe that the Emperor reveals glimpses of the possible futures to him in the sacred flame. Occasionally, his visions do come true, or so his followers convince themselves. We do not know whether the grace of the God Emperor truly lies upon him, or if he is merely a charlatan, or perhaps a blissful lunatic, or a wicked rogue who possesses psychic power not tempered by his will. A croaking voice interrupts the confessor's words. Lord Captain, as choirmaster of the Astropathic Choir, I must be watchful of any threats to the ship's safety originating from the Immaterium. I have heard rumors about this oracle, and so I have sent my adepts to see him. They assert that the man is a psyker. Choirmaster Wise, you and I have not yet had the pleasure of conversing. This man who speaks to the warp is a danger to himself and to the entire vessel. Both law and common sense dictate that he should be thrown into a holding cell, tranquilized, and handed over to the Inquisition to be sent to Holy Terra. Alternatively, you may also dispose of him in some other way. I beg your forgiveness, but I seldom leave the chapel to interfere in the matters of the ship. My duty requires that I keep constant vigil as I direct the arrival and departure of messages across the boundless void. But given that this incident has already demanded my interference, I thought it a good opportunity to introduce myself and pay my respects to you. What, they are burning my promethium? Dares the filthy savages. The amount of residue accumulated in the draining tanks was so laughably small that it's not even worth recording. If there are any real misappropriation of the ship's resources happening here, I would have already punished those involved, Lord Captain. The last sentence carries a faint hint of regret. I know just how to handle this cult. Throw the prophet out of an airlock. I am tempted. He is a psyker. Psykers are dangerous. Not to mention, there's something else on the lower decks that it would probably not be a good thing to have too much psychic DNA. throw the Oracle into a holding cell, and hand him over to the authorities at the first port we visit. It will be done, Lord Captain. I will see that he remains unconscious and his dangerous powers are kept in check. As for the cult, I'm sure it will dissolve on its own without its spiritual leader. We can only hope. I like Wise. Wise is actually a somewhat major character in this story, and he's very well written. Not a bad dude. Not a bad dude at all. Flawed, but not a bad dude. Chart new routes. Please God, give me that glorious, glorious warp juice. Okay. Warp travel safe. God damn it, I forgot about this. As I am now fated to be your shadow, Dom and Drake, we must perform a ritual that will seal our bond. For it pleases the Undying One. Let us speak on the bridge, and I will take us to a place appropriate for the ritual. I will be there. Thank you, Domin. I wish to inform you that the sacred rituals addressed to the spirit of the ship have been performed. The tech liturgy and the rite of the machine blessing ended with the data mediation in order to comprehend the nature of the miracle sent down by the Omnissiah. Acquisition of sacred knowledge has not been recorded. How the spirit of the Void Ship was able to call upon the power of the machine god and activate the warp drive remains unknown. Yet during my mediative ritual, the Omnissiah gave me an equally valuable revelation. This machine, the sacred spirit that lives in the bowels of the ship's mechanisms, differs from other analogous forms. This spirit holds a unique power that cannot be called anything less than a blessing of the machine god. If you actually knew what it was, you would be freaking out and crapping yourself right now, Pascal. So what does this mean? Hypothesis. In extremis, the ship's spirit is capable of making unpredicted calculations and actions. It is impossible to predict how it will behave in any given situation, but I believe the spirit is currently showing obedience, at least for now. I recommend that we continue monitoring the ship and be prepared for new manifestations. The reporters received. Thank you, Pascal. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Okay, first of all, first things first, back to the bridge. We need to save. When in doubt, save scum. Save scum like your life depends on it. Save scum like a furry trying to get that romance option in Baldur's Gate 3. Okay. Alright, let's fucking do this. Save game. Save. There we go. It's late. The amount of bullshit that is going to come out of my mouth is gonna be... It's gonna be very high. Oh, righty then. Where is Kibbles? Where is my favorite little death cultist? There she is.
Domin.
I am ready for the binding ritual.
Then follow me, Domin.
Nothing bad will come out of this at all, we promise. You know, usually when I think binding rituals, I think of something else, but we won't get into that. My mind is a truly dark and terrible place. I am lost and there is no way I can be saved. Okay.
Are you ready to step into the labyrinth, Domin?
Anyway. What exactly are we going to do?
This is the ritual
Question.
of binding. By the Undying One's will, our fates and ours one. But I must still guide you into the maze of my mind. Although it is my predestination alone to walk its corridors in search of answers, your image must become part of the tangle. For I am your shadow, Domin, and your presence will aid me in sensing whatever threats may be looming over you.
You know, usually when some pale goth chick comes up to you and talks about binding rituals and you have to ask, what are we going to do? You should probably already be very concerned at that point. Just saying. Especially if she's carrying a sword that big on her back, then you should... Then you should probably be looking for the nearest exit. Okay. What is all this on the floor?
Instructions, directions, a depiction of the puzzle that can only be solved within one's own consciousness by following its bends and turnings. I do not require these lines to find my way, but for you, they will serve as a guiding thread.
Okay, Shaniqua, put the crystals away. All right.
Your
Ready,
weapon for the
let's
ritual.
begin.
Watch the lines on the floor. You can only pass through the gaps. The rest, you need not know. Enter the labyrinth, Domin.
And here goes nothing. It's like the scene in Avatar. Now you will try to kill each other. Wait, what?
You are now upon the path. Your shadow now walks the labyrinth, and my gaze can now see when danger draws near you.
And thoroughly squicked out by the whole experience, the main character goes, "Thank you for performing this ritual, Kebula. I believe we are done here."
Thank you, Domin. Trust me when I say that it was important for me, for our bond.
Another question is, where did she get the blood from? Did she, like, kill a hobo for it, or... You know what, I'm not gonna finish that thought.
The labyrinth has accepted you. We have danced amid the crossing lines and minds.
Yeah,
And
the
by
more
the
I think
dance,
about that, the more disturbing
we are
it
now
gets.
bound.
Of course, it could be coming from that place below decks. And if that's the case... Wait, how do they keep that supplied? I have so many questions now. This is making me think. Think about things that are... Oh crap, I didn't get the whole squiggly thing. Okay. Scan! Come! We need to go crush an AI's balls. Okay. With a large hammer. Maybe. God. Loading screen! At least you get good music in the loading screens. Okay, where is... Janaris? Where the... Okay, Pascal, let's talk, my man.
The Messiah knows all, comprehends all.
Do you know anything about the malfunctioning servitors on the ship?
Information about the incidents has been detected in the catalog. The incidents have been acknowledged as insignificant. A technical inquiry has established that the most statistically likely cause of the errors was a transgression of sacrilegious negligence during the lobotomizing rite. This disgraceful act of malfeasance has allowed shadows of the servitor's thoughts and recollections to survive in the depths of his mind, which ought to be dedicated to service alone. As a ship's engine seer, I accept the results of the technical inquiry. As a learned servant of the Omnissiah, I question its findings. The patterns of the malfunctions form a more complex picture than can be discerned by those of lower ranks. For this reason, instructions have been issued across the ship to report any new incidents to me personally.
Good. Strange messages have been appearing in the ship's log. What do you know about this error?
This statement is true. Algorithmic violations have been recorded, as a result of which I twice performed an offering to the cogitators of corrective data vows and ruled out the possibility of sabotage. I hypothesize that the violation is a consequence of the discontent of the ship's machine spirits. I recommend a procedure of placation of the honored spirits for the glory of the Omnissiah and the steel angels sent by him.
Okay.
May your...
Alright, with that out of the way. Be saving there. Real quick. Just to make sure we don't manage to bugger anything up. I didn't realize that before. Trinitos, Avorius, Cradle of Kepri. Safe. Always want to have safe warp travel. Damn it. Permission to report, Lord Captain. I keep receiving messages about strange behavior in certain ship systems. All decks report the uncontrollable opening and closing of doors, gates, and airlocks. They behave erratically and do not obey the operator's commands. Regrettably, this has led to casualties among the crew. The tech priests have explained that this phenomenon are being caused by the machine spirit's irascibility. Damn, that word is hard. And have spent hours chanting litanies to soothe their anger. Unfortunately, many crew members were badly injured before the prayers could stabilize the systems. Great. Okay. Janice. Target signed. Deliver your report. Lord Captain, I hasten to report the disturbing news brought to me by the machine spirits of the ship. The matter is extremely delicate and concerns Lady Cassia. You see, since her first day aboard, her presence has been a disturbance to the crew's way of life. If you'll allow, I have prepared a detailed report. The first incident occurred immediately after our departure from Uric 5. The Lady Navigator chastised one of the ship's runners, after which he went to his living quarters, killed his family, and then shot himself. Damn. The second incident was noted while traversing the warp. The Lady Navigator gave the pilots the wrong instructions, and the Voyager was thrown off course for a matter of minutes, but this was enough for the forces of the Immaterium to anger the machine spirits, enough for them to start a fire in the service bay. But after that, officers living near the Lady Navigator's quarters began to express extreme emotions: hysteria, apathy, euphoria, rage. This is quite detrimental to crew morale and performance. The last incident was recorded on Footfall. Around 100 living birds were delivered on board during our stay on Footfall. Each bird cost a hefty sum, but I failed to discover their purpose and subsequent fate. I was also told about a conflict between the Lady Navigator and the Seneschal. Alas, with no details. If you like, you can ask Master Wazarian directly. Things are even worse with Jay Hadari. I intercepted a Voxcast in which she promised she would, and I quote, end the Kashka if she ever saw her again. If I may, Lord Captain, the Lady Navigator's state of mind worries me. She is self-contained and does not mesh with the crew at all, which is why everyone avoids her. Even senior officers can be superstitious. I fear that only you are in a position to talk to her on an equal footing and improve the situation for the sake of the crew's safety and that of Lady Cassia herself. Alright. Let's go fondle the Navigator's third eye. does beg the question. They keep that that eye thing on, the eye cover on during. You know, let's not do that. That's too crude. Anyway, there she is.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
I have heard rumors that you are not getting along well with the crew. Panic flashes in her ruby red eyes, and your heart starts beating a little faster while your hands grow cold. Damn it. Fucking psyker.
Not here. I'm begging you. Aren't noblemen supposed to discuss such things away from the servants?
Well, what did you think we were discussing, Cassia? Let's go to my study.
Lead the way, and I will answer all of your questions.
Okay, we're probably definitely going to fondle the Navigator's third eye. Anyway. What is it you wanted to talk about, Lord Captain? I had nothing to say to your unfounded accusations about my conflicts with crew. I cannot recall myself having a single quarrel with any of your people during my entire time aboard. The messenger you rebuked killed his own family and then killed himself. I haven't rebuked a single errand boy on this ship. Cassia ponders this for a moment. Ah, I think I remember. A kind young man with a shy smile and skillful fingers with too much rotten ochre on his shoulders. Just the cornea. Yeah. I grew tired of this disgusting color and advised him to lighten his burden by casting the weight off of his shoulders. He did not come by the next day or ever again. The officers are reluctant to be quartered next to your chambers because of the constant emotional outbursts it causes them. Some even maim themselves and others. I already told you I cannot control my abilities. What else would you want from me? Will I be signed a pariah chaperone, or will you put me in suppressing shackles? Both of those are starting to sound like really good ideas. So pariahs are people, should explain this. Pariahs are people with, inverted souls. They have a negative, whatever the eyeball equivalent of tip would be. Exactly. Wait, why does her face look like... Her face didn't look like that my last playthrough. Just realized something. She has a jaw like a Oblivion character. Okay, then. Pariahs are people with negative signatures in the warp, so instead of being able to, instead of having souls that are touched by the warp, they actively repel it. So think instead of being a mage, think someone who you say power word kill to, and he goes, "No, that was a weird statement. I'm tired but almost done with my painting." Nice. Very nice, Daddy. Dear God, she does have a jawline like a... She has the Chad jawline. Like, it's I don't like that at all. Would you mind telling me what you needed 100 species of bird for and what you used them for? Admittedly, I am at a loss myself. The day we arrived on Footfall, I sent a request to the ship's quartermaster and asked him to get me a songbird, but he never asked for clarification. And shortly before we left, I had a countless number of cages delivered to me, all wrapped in bright red panic with flickering taints of fear. There was a bird in every one. I was so excited, I thought I would have 100 friends instead of just one. They were squeaking so piteously, I let the poor things out. I even fed them my breakfast and dinner, but the stupid birds would not stop chittering even after bedtime. They were dashing about the room, smacking me in the face with their wings and defecating. I became angry, and suddenly they started pecking at each other's eyes and attacking me. Then I became afraid, and they fell over dead. I don't think I want to keep pets anymore. I don't think you should. I really don't think you should. Not until you learn how to do proper animal husbandry. And not that kind, chat. Get your minds out of the gutter. During the warp voyage, you gave the wrong orders, which led to the vessel drifting off course and the service bay being destroyed. I saw something strange in the warp. Something vast, predatory, shimmering with iridescent colors. It came from nowhere and stared at the ship with hundreds of angry eyes right there in our path. I decided to change course while it was still possible, but did not want to sow panic. Would it have been better to tell the crew we were heading straight into a monster's gaping maw? Yeah, lady, look, this... You're basically dealing with the equivalent of, she's basically Frankenstein's monster, in a way, because she's not malicious, she's just stupid, which kind of makes her adorable and horrifying. I think it becomes more horrifying when it's something of that power. It's more of an, oh no, you're just dumb, you didn't know any better, when it's like, you know, your kid. This is why cat lady should never have psychic powers. Yes, you know, it's more endearing when your kid is like, oh, I wanted to make a picture and I smeared the wall with poo. It's like, yeah, you're dumb, you shouldn't have done that. But it's not like, it's bad and you're gonna have to clean it off there. That's bad, but killing people and small animals because you just, yeah, that makes it more terrifying. Woes dog your steps, but we will find a way to defeat them, I promise. Your kindness knows no bounds, Drake. Cassia lowers her silver eyelashes. Hey now. I will endeavor not to cause you any more trouble. Very well, since we are done with this misunderstanding, I would like to change the subject. It would only be fair to me to ask you a few questions now, wouldn't it? Kids do that, yeah. Yeah, that's the reason I brought it up. I mean, it's not as bad as my brother and the Easter Bunny, but we won't go into that. Cassia hesitates and continues in a less confident tone. Do not mistake me, I am not going to accuse you of anything. It's just that you're the most worthy interlocutor on the entire ship, and you are always so busy. What would you like to ask? I read a treatise by Paisius de Mobis very recently, who claimed that subjects would never believe their ruler was better than the old one, unless the old one had been a tyrant, no matter the circumstances. The low-bound rabble becomes deluded about their prospects and rebel in favor of their base desires. What would you make of that? Commerce, lore, succeeded, persuasion, possibly. We're gonna, I can't save scum here. The loyalty, on the contrary, the loyalty of subjects can be bought for at a pittance. Lower attacks, throw them a festival, or feed the needy. A gracious gesture at once every cycle will exalt you in the eyes of the rabble as if it were his own blessing. Cassia thinks for a moment and then smiles. Indeed, I was not wrong about your merits or your ability to hold a conversation. I hope my second question does not confound you either. According to the 20 tomes penned by the preacher, Ostak Istefan the Forgotten, mercy and cruelty go through the world hand in hand, but people flock only to one pin of the scale. Would you rather inspire fear in your followers or be magnanimous and choose awe? Ah, the old, is it better to be loved than hated? 99, fellowship. I like that. I like those odds. It's better than my persuasion or my... Fellowship. Test succeeded. One must be a friend, a tyrant, and a jester to one's subjects. What matters is that to clearly design discern which role is required at a given moment. There is so much power in your words, power that makes me want to join you. I understand now why your subjects are so eager to follow you. I admit, was afraid we were too different, and yet you helped me realize that I can be candid with you. Please do continue. I must confess that sometimes I can hardly bear the burden the house has placed on me. I feel I am not doing my best. Tell me, how you, heir to a protectorate, can bear the responsibility for billions of lives day after day and not stoop under all the weight? It is not always easy, but I try to lead the dynasty towards prosperity by worthy means. Thank you for your patience, Drake. You are helping me to see the world in different colors, a novel experience for me. Our conversations hold a special place in my heart. Allow me to bid you farewell for now. I am heading back to my chambers to consider today's conversation. Now, what they just did there is they brought up the old Machiavellian question, is it better to be loved than feared by one's subjects? Now, Machiavelli is one of the most blatantly misquoted individuals in all of history. He's actually someone I admire a great deal, because if you actually read what Machiavelli wrote, most of it's talking sense. You might not agree with it, and I don't, but there is a logic to it, a logic based in reality, and that's very rare in most political philosophy types. But the question's answer, in my opinion, is that you only need to be cruel to a populace. Oh, cracked data slate. The final transactions with the Chartist are complete. The Fiery Reckoning is now fully equipped 00011001001001000. This object has been loaded aboard with its containment intact and placed in the forebay to ensure maximum contact with the target. Coordinates sent and received by the bridge. More numbers, target estimate, more numbers, time of arrival in the system, more numbers. The Fiery Reckoning is screwed by servitor Hive. Chances of the ship returning are minimal. Estimated time, more numbers. The thing is, you only need a cruel or harsh leader in a society that has become sufficiently degenerate. Okay? There's a saying from the Founding Fathers. The more degenerate a society becomes, I think this is actually a quote from Tacitus of ancient Rome, but the more degenerate a society becomes, the more need it has of tyrants. You don't need a harsh ruler if your society has not degenerated to the point that it is just completely morally bankrupt. But if you have a society, for example, if you have a feudal system and the nobles are constantly warring, or they're constantly doing power struggle bullcrap like you see in Game of Thrones, then you need a very strong, very harsh ruler. If you've watched House of the Dragon, what's his face does in there, what the king does in there with his daughter is wrong, okay? He should have been far more harsh and brutal. And every time you see someone in that show pulling the bullcrap that they pull, whether it's literally any of the characters in there, you know, whether it's his brother or it's Otto or any of those people, that is where you need harsh actions. It's contextual. It's contextual. It's you know, hey, you screw up a little, you know, oh, you dropped a plate on the floor, that's bad, you know, don't do that. But it's more, in cases like that, it's more of a case of, hey, you drove Dad's Ferrari into a tree. It's a lot worse. It's a lot worse. Yeah, it's a lot like parenting. You know, it's contextual with the amount of force you want to apply. Because basically, what you're doing as a parent is basically just exercising a different kind of of governance. Parents are basically the foundation for... The family is the foundational unit for all governmental systems. Unless you're a statist system and then you're trying to get rid of it, but we won't go into that here. Lord Captain. According to the telemetry, the parameters of this system match those of Telecus Epsilon, home to the agri-world Janus that belongs to the Von Valentius dynasty. Goody. We have received a Vox message from the planet. The agri-world's governor officially welcomes the rogue trader and reports that she has begun preparations for a formal reception to celebrate the arrival of the planet's sovereign. Your subjects are looking forward to your visit. Good. Let's scan all the planets in system. Accept trophies. Fuel. Useful things. There we go. Get us some plasteel. Land on Janus. We're about to meet one of my favorite characters. And also an entire species of completely arrogant, jumped up, self-righteous a-holes. Useful, arrogant, jumped up, self-righteous a-holes, but self-righteous a-holes nonetheless. Jay, you're coming along. I need to upgrade you a lot. She actually has good weapons though. Really good weapons. I think we're gonna meet our new character and then we're gonna be probably wrap it up for the night. Speaking of, and there she is. Vistenzia Vayat, a lavishly dressed noblewoman in an opulent silk gown, watches you with an expectant air, but then gracefully bows her head. Gem-encrusted implants protrude from her arms and neck. Okay. Chat. You see the thing on the side of her headdress? If you ever see someone like that in 40K with outfits that looks anything like this, okay? Start reaching for your bolter. I welcome you on behalf of the noble house Vayat Ab Aram. My name is Vistantia Janos Vayat Ab Aram of Af Coronis. By the grace of the Emperor and the will of rogue trader Theodora von Valentius, I serve as planetary governor and imperial commander-in-chief of this world. And greetings to you, noble Wizarian. It has been years since your last visit to Janus. I am glad to see you again. Vistenzia Vayat turns to Abelard. It is good to see when a rogue trader seneschal does not visit a subject for a long time. Isn't that correct, Lady Vayat? It means the governor is taking care of all manners, and there's no need for the seneschal to interfere. Oh, there be need, my boy. Vistenzia lets out a musical laugh. I hear praise in those words, and I thank you for them. She turns once again to you. No idea what it was, Cthulhu? It's a skull with a bunch of things coming out of its mouth. Fleshy things. Also, pay attention to her shoulder pads. They're spiky. Also, the way she looks. The way she dresses. You need to start reaching for your bolt pistol by now. And you'll see why. I'm gonna spoil it a little. This is a former maiden world. You know how I mentioned that a certain species managed to murder fuck a dark god into existence? Yeah. That's to whom she Yeah. Theodora von Valentius is dead. I am now the head of the dynasty. Such tragic news. I will see to it that the planet observes a month of mourning. No, you won't. Especially not if I'm successful. Also, it should probably, if you remember our...
Give me strength. God Emperor
There, Argenta. If you remember our conversation we had about Chaos Gods, you'll know who I'm talking about. Not bad.
Doubt is for the weak.
Switch weapons.
Quick, quick! So fun and duty go hand in
That's
hand.
painful.
For now.
Ow. Okay. We're gonna charge over there and poke that man
Suits my
vigorously.
purposes. Not a problem for me. Already done. Nothing I can't do.
Okay, there we go. Oh, that soundtrack is good. Dude. Sounds like the Mechanicus soundtrack. Awesome.
I will do my duty. It will be done. This way. That's gotta
Ow.
help.
Good Warden. Good boy. Oh, I forgot she's one of those.
Tell me, and it is done.
Poke him, please.
You didn't stand a chance.
And here they come. As you can see, all is not right and well on Janus. The populace is rebelling. Now, what would drive the populace of an agri world to rebel against their rightful lords and masters? After all, why would a farmer want to fight against his lord and liege? Makes no sense.
Too easy.
Unless there's something very terrible going on the planet. Some horrific, corrupting influence, perhaps.
Hold on.
Nah, I'm sure that couldn't be it at all. Dude.
Let's make it quick.
No. Actually, Natty, that's a really good descriptor. And sort of.
Let's get to it.
It's not the planet's fault. It's more the nobility's fault.
Out of my way.
Because, look, you leave people alone too long without harsh living, and they tend to get, how to put this, they tend to be, there we go, that's actually perfect.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
They tend to get morally complacent.
I'm not accustomed
After all,
to
things are good. Why would they possibly?
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I am his will made manifest. I'll do it.
God, your plasma shot is terrible.
As the Emperor, this is why I was chosen.
I just tend to forget,
Faith without deeds is worthless.
why things were good in the first place. Which usually means
As
they
the Emperor commands,
start
I act.
experimenting with things. They start figuring out new ways to put things in holes that they don't belong in. And,
I can handle this.
hey, it all starts with, hey, let's just try this thing once, and then you're neck deep in your neighbor's cat, and you don't know how you got there. It's a problem with chaos cults on worlds like this. That's why you usually have an inquisitorial, what's it called exactly? The Ordo Inquisitorius Planitia around to keep the populace from becoming
I owe you a debt.
too degenerate.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
That's why in properly built up Imperial worlds, you have
Nothing I can't
entire sister battle organizations dedicated to making sure that the nobility isn't up to too many weird shenanigans and that there aren't they aren't growing fourth arms.
Let's get to it.
Or fifth arms, or sixth arms.
Gray hair, sure
It
hair.
usually stops at 6. Usually.
Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
Yeah, I don't
You've got a
really want you
problem,
using those
I've got a
pistols.
prize.
They're scary. Edelblard, on the other hand, you can hit him all you want.
My target well struck.
Wait, you do have a melee weapon. I'll be damned. Cut off that man's whatever he has. Okay, what do you got, Pascal? What do you got?
Function successfully terminated. Running binary vulnerability analysis successful.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Pretty, ain't it?
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
One thing I buggered up on is I need to make sure that next time, I may need chat to remind me to do this, is make sure that when I'm done with this fight, I actually distribute healing supplies to everyone.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. None can escape
Okay,
the Emperor's
good.
judgment. Faith without
Heart still beats.
Good lord.
I'll do it. Doubt is
Chaos
for the weak.
worshipping rock
Strike is a
fondlers.
prayer.
Ow.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Faith without deed eradicated.
Don't touch me.
Afraid I'm gonna have to. That's part of the process of killing you, my dear. Oh, ow. Well, the fact that you're still breathing means that you're still a threat. We just can't have that, can we?
Nothing I can't do. My
Alright,
place is at the
Edelblard.
fort.
Heal
Let me-
Pascal.
My frail organics required it.
Indeed.
Too bad I never.
There are a lot of overcharges happening. That's probably my fault for trying to keep using those AoE attacks. Correction, that is definitely my fault for trying to use all those AoE
Am I
attacks.
getting paid for this?
Victory is imminent. I took care of this one.
I'm overclocking their poor plasma pistols. They can't handle it.
Once you a target,
And he's gone.
we'll rule the stars themselves. Follow my lead.
Let's end this as quickly as possible. Wait.
A moving target lives longer.
And your pistols have really limited range, don't they?
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
Of course. Okay.
Curse you miscreant.
Don't worry about it. It should be fine.
As one.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Yes, I think I shall make his
I'm not
entire body
accustomed
explode.
to being ordered around.
First things first.
That is foolishness.
Damn it.
Me,
Okay.
if you insist,
Switch
Lord
weapon
Captain.
types. Bolter.
As the Emperor commands, I am. None can escape
Okay,
the
he's down.
Emperor's judgment.
Got one left.
The enemies of the Emperor
Yeah, no
will
matter
be
how good of a
undone.
sniper you are, there's not a whole lot that can counter
I'll
a
do it.
large, basically rocket rifle firing at you in rapid succession.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I shall not fear.
For all, what have I to be afraid of? Okay, shotgun's not gonna make that.
All too easy.
I don't even make it over there after all to shoot him with a shotty.
A tactically sound approach.
You know how it is, chat, when you almost feel bad for what you're doing to someone? And then you realize that you really don't like that person that
It
much
will be
anyway?
done.
That's what I'm feeling right now. I would probably feel a lot worse about this
I will
if,
do my duty.
yeah, that person hadn't been trying to kill me
Watch
5
my
seconds
back.
earlier.
I can do that with the right incentive.
I
Not a
know you
problem
can.
for me.
There's 15. Wounds off. Pascal, move up. Oh, man. Hello, my darling. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. There we go. Argenta. Be a deer and shoot that man with a bolter.
Faith without deeds is worth eradicated.
Combat complete. State Warden, your lordship, Emperor preserve us. Are you all right? Do not fret, layperson. We have grown used to outrageous slovenliness among the wardens of every world we visit. Pascal's vox, quiet at first, is booming with fury by the end of his remark. Pale grayness is strangling this peasant like a noose. His words are laden with fear for our well-being, and yet he fears for his own even more. I'm fine. Can't say the same for my attackers. Praise the throne. If you would please follow me, I will personally escort you to the governor, where you will have the protections of walls and wardens. Fine, lead on. Try to be a magnanimous king. When necessary. However, she's about to discover that I am... My patience, unlike my power, is limited. To quote one of my favorite 40K characters. My entourage will accompany me in my meeting with the governor. This is one of those personal protection thingies I was talking about. You see the halo around her? Vestinzia, I'm not saying her whole name, is furiously swiping at a data slate, issuing commands into a gilded vox. Upon seeing you, she hurriedly puts away her devices, smooths her skirt, and drops into a deep curtsy. Your lordship, accept my abject apologies for this reprehensible stunt that spoiled the reception. Even in my worst nightmares, I could never have imagined. Reprehensible stunt? I thought firing at moving targets was part of the ceremony. The woman standing next to Vestinzia laughs delicately, but after a sharp sidelong look from the governor, she resumes her air of deferential sorrow. Oh no, your lordship, I would never dare to deliberately endanger the heir of the von Valencius dynasty. However, I cannot but express my joy that you took some pleasure in what happened. No. No, that's not what I meant. What's happening on the planet? Several months ago, Outrising broke out on Janus. I not even notified at first, griping worms for Warden's to worry about. Alas, I learned only what was happening after the miscreants began targeting noble families. Nobles are the same no matter what universe they're in, always concerned about themselves. Which means they're not actually nobles, but we won't get into that. Shut up, lady. Yes. And then it became apparent that what the Administratum's accounts had referred to as unrest were in fact organized attacks on infrastructure and society leaders. They had even brought 13 agri-complexes to a halt, and have now moved on to assassination attempts. My wardens are doggedly tracking down the rebels, but their leaders are slipping from our grasp yet. One of your wardens helped us in battle. A superb shot. Who was it? You must be referring to Irlit, our chief ally in struggling against the rebels. I have turned a blind eye to her horrific mutations given the undoubted advantages she brings. You see, Irlit comes from the local degenerate stock of this world and knows Janus. The fact that she calls them degenerate stock amuses me to no end. Knows Janus like the back of her hand, so she has provided several leads as to where we can find bases and secret storehouses. Although I admit that at times I'm tempted to send her away from my estates. Her unnaturalness means that speaking with her always leaves me feeling uneasy. Such a gaunt, unfeminine figure, and so tall. Gauntness of frame and tall stature are features common even among Voidborn, my dear governor. That does not make them mutants. Then pray, why do you find so disagreeable about this Irlet's appearance? The strange movements, the strange looks, the abnormally large eyes on an unnaturally distorted face, the pointed ears. Do I have news for you, Shireen, but it is for your ears only. I will tell you when we meet our mysterious new ally. If you wish to speak to Yurlit, you will find her outside in the orangery, most likely by the gazebo. She prefers her distance from others. Can Footfall fulfill its foodstuff supplies under current conditions? I risk angering you, your lordship, but there is nothing compared to shamelessly deceiving you. Let us consider the situation dispassionately. Even the most talented logistics experts of the Administratum are unable to guarantee stable ties when shuttles are wary of landing at the spaceport, and the terrified peasants are indulging a dangerous mutiny within their ranks. Until the usual order of things is restored on Janus, any trade is nigh impossible. Considering what has occurred, your visit is a true blessing. You see, Janus does not have its own fleet. We could organize a planet-wide search if we had ships at our disposal, ships like yours. Your lordship, perhaps you will find a way to support your subjects in their hour of need. I'm sure even approximate coordinates would be sufficient to have the ground forces and ships work together to hunt down the enemy. Well, I'll track down this elusive fugitives myself. As for you, Vestinzia, you will not be permitted to fail again. I am removing you from your post as governor of this planet, and I am placing you under arrest. When I have finished with the rebels, I will decide what to do with you. She has been, even if you don't have the exegetical news, the information that I have, she is an abject failure. I mean, I could make a joke about women nobility, but we're not gonna stoop that. Well, okay, we'll probably stoop that low at some point during this playthrough. But yeah, she's just completely buggered the whole situation. She's more interested in holding cocktail parties than running a planet, which is kind of a problem, especially when it's my main agri world. I kind of need this place to run like a well-oiled machine, because if it doesn't, everything goes to shit. Blank gun. Sorry, I sneezed. Yes. Oh, bless you, Natty. Vistinsia lets out a ragged gasp, as though she has been punched in the stomach. Your lordship, but I have served your dynasty faithfully and honestly. Das ist Bullscheiße. I have worked tirelessly to tame this unruly planet. It's a maiden world, dumbass. It's literally supposed to be Eden, okay? And the fact that it's not running properly is entirely your fault. She stops herself from speaking any further and nods. As you wish. Good. All right.
I won't
Now that
tolerate
she is
weakness.
sufficiently
Who
out
would
of the
have
way.
thought that the lowly Jai Hedari would become part of the rogue trader's retinue? The Exalted One is truly generous.
Women
The
suck
path
at
that the
governing
Emperor's
anything that isn't a
chosen
dumb
takes
animal or a
strange
toddler.
twists and-
Depends on the woman. There are a few exceptions. Catherine the Great, great female leader. Cleopatra was pretty good until she threw in her chips with the wrong gamble.
Sister Argenta, do you want to pray together to the Exalted One when we return to the ship? But it has to be somewhere private. I don't want to ruin my reputation as an unscrupulous trader.
Sometimes I think you are not such a bad person, Jai, and it unnerves me.
As it should. There have been very competent female rulers in history, Natty, but they're...
Indeed. I have not
It's a
seen
specific
many
brand of
places that
person.
flaunt such luxury.
a
If
very
you were to
specific
scrape
brand of
all
person,
the
and I just
gilding
remember to
from
do the
every
thing.
temple on Footfall, it would still be less than there is here.
Yeah, there's no shortage of competent female leaders in history. It just requires someone who's actually about their business, as the old saying goes. And it means they actually... Stupid women suck. Stupid women do suck. Stupid women in any position really suck. But then again, stupid dudes in any position really suck too.
Follow my lead.
Okay, we're going way back here. So we need to find this guy. Old servant. Hearing your footsteps, the elderly servant grabs an injector and stabs it into his arm. The area around the needle immediately starts turning black. You're too late, Voyet's dogs. I am the master of my own fate. But when he gets a better look at you, the man drops the injector in astonishment and seems posed to prostrate himself on the floor before you. It's you, your lordship. The god emperor must have brought you here. I beg you, help the rebels and save Janus. He doubles up, hugging himself, and is racked by coughing that leaves his lips wet with blood. Forgive me, your lordship. If only I'd known it was you. My eyes deceived me. We have little time now, but I swear I'll tell you everything. Looking closely at the old man. Past the tech priest utters, nerve toxin. The inevitable cessation of vital functions is expected in no more than 60 seconds. Throne, damn you, old man. Where did you get this stuff? Poison capsules of this sort are popular choice among desperate ashmags who are done with being tortured by mad fanatics or worse. Here on Janux, though, there's no antidote. Say whatever you want to say and be quick about it. In the name of the Golden Throne, your lordship, show mercy on the humble workers. The salt of Janus, save them. Vistinsia Viat, the untouchable governor and the leaders of the nobility, is creating something monstrous behind closed doors. She uses the Imperium's interests as a smokescreen and purports to be a scholar, but her actions are poisoning our planet. Did you know that these settlements that fail to pay their due tithes on time are been allowed to play with people instead? They even deliver them to order, sometimes old folks, sometimes children. Distinctly Californian, well, Hollywood behavior right there. He lowers his voice to a whisper and leans towards you. I've seen those people. I've seen them being delivered to the state, and they're never seen or heard from again. They go into the secret rooms, and they don't come out again, your lordship, ever. Peasants who were taken to Yorick 5 to serve House Orselio were never heard or seen from again either. They became loyal servants and toiled for the good of the dynasty. Why should they ever return to their filthy, squalid abodes? You also killed them, Cassia. Your opinion is discounted. The old servant lets out a moan. The dark stain on his arm seems to creep through his veins until his arms and neck are a lattice work of black. The servant's breath quickens and becomes irregular. What secret rooms? Actually, wait. What else is going on in the settlements? I'll tell you exactly what I was told by the people who contacted me. These ties, some settlements have already switched to paying with people. They say that the amenable settlements get special treatments from the governor's dogs. They arrange for medicine to be supplied to the settlement, then security, and then they completely isolate them. All contact between those inside the settlement and the outside world is cut off. One lad managed to get out. He's the one who told me all about this, that the people are rotting alive in there. Strange growths, yellow eyes, stinking like dead bodies. The worst-looking ones are rounded up and taken away. The fellow escaped. He seemed fine, but within a couple of days of the rebels picking him up, he started seeing monsters instead of people. They had to lock him up away from other folks. The poor sod, and then his wrists. You accuse the rogue traders appointed governor of heresy. If your words are false, they themselves are tantamount to heresy. But if what you say is true, if it's true, then your sacrifice will be a credit to you, my good man. Argetta utters these last words with impassioned conviction. I swear I'm not laying prey for me, holy sister, for me and for Janus. I'm not sure I'll last long enough to answer all your questions. It's not a great painting, but I can say it's the best and worst I have ever done. It's a good start. You should show it on the, you should put it on the Discord. It'd be cool. On Tomby's Discord. You accuse... what secret rooms? Hidden chambers deep within the palace. I've never been inside, thankfully. The servants who are allowed in, the ones the governors trust, they change. He changes them, pretties them up, defiles them. The old man starts to convulse, indicating that he's close to death. He raises his already unseeing eyes to you. If you'll permit a dying man to make one last request, don't tell anyone that I was the one who unlocked the doors. If you do, they'll go after my family, my home. I will keep your secret. Please, save us. Save Janus. The servant rasps violently and collapses on his side, racked with convulsions. Not typical behavior of someone who's a member of the Imperium, but we're not typical Imperial leaders. Alright. Firstly, because I'm actually competent, and secondly, because I understand how...
A new
40K actually works. Where the hell is the garden? I don't know, it's a self-portrait. I look a little Down syndrome-y, and I'm not one to follow trends usually. Wait, what? Okay, there she is. I mean, yeah, only if you want to, Natty. Of course. I don't, my painting does. Ah, okay.
Victory awaits!
Alright, let's chat with the filthy.
Iliad Lenevus greets you, Elantark.
The bizarre creature before you vaguely resembles a typical human. Elongated body, slender limbs, pointed features. Every aspect of its appearance is unnatural and alien. The creature turns its head to you. Yeah, and the people on this world will like, yes, the obvious space elf is a human.
Would you look at this? Xenos. Oh, she devoured them, mingling with humans. Don't your lot think themselves above that? Anyway, it doesn't change the fact that it's a Xenos that's been cozying up to Viet, not a mutant.
There is fear in your words. You know what I am, and so I may no longer follow the shadowed path and must be direct.
Preferably, yes.
My soul is nothing kin to yours. Your kind call us Xenos, as if we are all as one. I came here to protect the Lilithon by assisting the governor against her enemies. Will you hear me, or be blinded to sense by your precepts?
Now this is where a normal person in 40K would put a bolter up to her forehead and pull the trigger repeatedly. However, I said at the beginning of this playthrough that we are going to be doing a lot of Xeno heresy. When I meant a lot, I meant a lot. To be honest, the only part I understood was that you have no desire to fight. That is the one thing we have in common.
I have banished the shadow of doubt from your thoughts regarding my nature. Now you will answer my question. Why have you sought me out?
Why are you helping the governor?
This world is in distress. I wish to protect it from unnecessary suffering.
What do you know about the rank-and-file rebels?
Only that they threaten the established order. There is much risk to this world should the ruler die.
You're retarded. Yurlet's face is unreadable, but you detect a strange tension in her voice, as though she is choosing her words carefully. Well, more in the case of Yurlet, the giant pointy ears. Those don't get there. You can't see my finger, but I'm pointing. The giant pointy ears don't get there. Just, you know, most people don't have those, not to mention the obvious alien technology. Do you know who's behind the uprisings on Janus?
There is a malevolence here that drives your kin down the path of violence.
So you're the governor's mysterious helper.
I am Owlcat. My hand parried the death promised to the ruler of these people, and I aided you in battle against the Lost Ones.
How did you come to be on Janus?
The world you call Janus was once created by the will of my kin. I have far more right to be on the Lilithon than any of you.
Okay. It has been 10,000 years since the fall of the Eldar Empire, when your people were actually not just, you know, busy murder fucking a door, got into existence. That was nearly like 40,000 years ago, back when humanity was still living in the Stone Age, when they were actually making Lilithon. So this place has been pretty much derelict ever since. So your rights are dubious. That would be like someone from Northern Ireland today being like, hey, I own all of Spain because I'm Celtic in origin. Why do you call me Owlcat?
Because that is what you are. Owlcat means stranger from the darkness amidst the stars. You descended on flame-winged machines in a dark time when the air of the planet is soaked in blood and pain. Will you be the one to bring peace to the Lilithon?
Your answers are not particularly helpful.
But you are not asking for help, Owlcat. You are merely asking questions, the answers to which are either unimportant or wreathed in shadow. Explore this place. Speak to those who know. A simple task for you, and an insurmountable challenge for me, since my very appearance provokes fear and suspicion. When you learn anything, tell me. Perhaps then my answers will be helpful to your search.
You want, you can join me. None of the locals will dare look askance at you in a rogue trader's presence.
So be it. I will go with you. I am ready, Owlcat. Let us go forth.
Who is my favorite Elder Flunky? And we're rid of Jay. Thank God. Okay. And that is... Okay, wait, hold up.
Stand in my way.
One thing. I want to show you this. It's a little important.
See? Right there.
There is the loot here, but that's not what I wanted to show Chad. It's not what I wanted to show you.
The burden of failure is the most terrible punishment.
Damn it.
We must act.
One of the things you'll notice if you have a high enough Lore Imperium skill is that Expert, dual weapon combat, heavy weapon, power weapon expert. Is that Litany of Purification. Ebb and Flow. Addiction Protocols. Not gonna worry about her. Is that this place is in serious disrepair. That doesn't just happen on an Imperial world. You don't have a shrine to the God Emperor that is poorly maintained. Largely because if you do, well, the Ministorum will burn you for being a heretic. But, yeah, the God Emperor Shrine here is neglected. Now, why would that be, I wonder? Oh, before we go tonight, I will show you this. This is, hopefully we can find it.
Watch your steps.
Save scum time.
Who thought that was a good idea?
Chains or ropes with shackles on the end can be seen in the water. Collect all of that. Yeah, this is where they've been chaining up people and watching them get eaten by the local wildlife. You really start to dislike the governor after a bit. But I am going to call it there, chat. We are 5 hours into the stream. It is 11:16 here, and so I am going to be signing off for the night. Natty, Aridhale, I know you were lurking for a good section of this. Grizzled, everyone who stopped by, everyone who's lurking, I see you down there. Thank you all very much. I greatly appreciate it. If you want to support the channel, leaving a like on the video, on the stream is greatly appreciated. Subscribing if you actually like it here. Some people probably just want to fall asleep to my voice, and if you want to do that, I greatly appreciate it. There's also a coffee down there in lieu of super chats, because I'm not monetized yet. So yeah. I will be back on Sunday for sure. I'm kind of, one-man banning it around here for the moment, so, videos maybe not really something that's in the cards for, like, the rest of the week. But I'll see what I can do. Yeah, that's pretty much it for the night. I am gonna call it here. Thank you all very much for your time and for spending time with me. I greatly appreciate it. And until next time, I hope you all have an excellent night. This has been Pete, the Radical Nerd, signing off.